All right. Yep. Well, good morning, everyone. And apologies for the somewhat delayed beginning, but we are here. We are ready to go. And let me just add a few words of introduction before we go over to our keynote. On a very practical term, let's take that one first. Given the delay in the opening, what we have decided to do is for the second and third panels we're going to have, we're going to merge those two, which in practical terms means that by the time we get to lunch, we should be back on track in terms of timing. Now, this is the third installment of this conference. I've had the pleasure of being at the first two ones as well. And the first one was held, I wouldn't say at the height of the pandemic disruptions. We hadn't even reached the peak of the disruptions yet. That was back in 2021. And look at where we are now. At least the way I see the industry is we are almost back to normal. That is what I would tend to at least portray it as. But normal does not mean stable. Normal does not mean predictable. Normal does not mean free of disruptions. Quite the opposite. It's just that the magnitude of the disruptions have come down. If we then look at the topics that were discussed in the two first parts of this conference, they were actually very apt. Because a lot of that centered around what is the industry going to do to be more agile, to be more flexible? How are we going to change the business model to cater for that level of flexibility? How are we going to leverage technology to create more agile and flexible solutions going forward? And those are some of the solutions that are now beginning to come to the forefront to become implemented. And then the third installment here today is going to center a lot around what is then happening. Do we see these changes? How are we going to use these changes? And what is waiting for us around the corner in, say, 1, 2, 3 years down the line? And we have a lot of experts in the various parts of the supply chain that's going to help us look at this during the day. But I'm not going to steal all the time. I would much rather prefer that we get the show started. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Joe Badun, who's going to kick us off with a keynote of today. So Joe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lars. Good morning, everyone. Please forgive me, I need to stand. I'm actually too short to hide behind this microphone. So, and it gives me great pleasure to be your keynote speaker for this morning and welcome you all. I did have prepared a speech, but to be honest with you, I kind of put that aside after I met many of you and actually recognized that the fact that what we have intended to do in the Transport and Logistics Future of Logistics Conference Part 3 is exactly represented here today. What this means is that our world has actually changed, and we noticed the change. The change became something that was inevitable. We needed to make sure that this change is there, because otherwise we will be stuck in technology that has been there for the past several decades. Meeting some of you today has actually proven the fact that the world of logistics has answered our call. Our call was to actually make sure that the people around in this room are the experts who are going to bring the technology to where it needs to be in our world of logistics. I understand many of you are looking at this from a different scope, from your own point of view, whether you're in the air cargo business, in the road movement business, or in the container or shipping business. This is definitely the right format and the right venue for ourselves and for you. Having said this, I'd like to also take this opportunity to recognize the fact that the world around us, when it stopped in the 2020 and the 2021, and we were facing with something called COVID and the pandemic, TLME never really stopped moving. TLME has actually introduced a concept where whatever we were doing, we were letting the world to know about it. I mean, coming from Transport and Logistics Conference, the Future of Logistics Part 1, and then Part 2, and now we're in Part 3. It's all about making sure that what we need to say to the world is being heard and heard from this venue itself. TLME has always been the format or the venue to introduce to the world what is really needed for our logistics sector. No one, if you remember just recently, we have challenged the educational industry or the educational institutions to come up with more innovative ways to teach our people how to do logistics. It's not the same old concept anymore. Everybody knows how to ship a product. Everybody knows how to move a consignment from point A to point B. It's all on the internet. That's all you have to do is ask Google. But what our educational institutions are doing today, they're actually putting a lot more into it. And talking to some of the people I talked to earlier this morning, we're talking about AI now. We're talking about autonomous vehicles and autonomous aircraft. We are talking about collapsible containers, something that our colleagues from the US are bringing into this world today. We are talking about innovative solutions and innovative ways of doing business. Without further ado, I would also like to take this opportunity, and I don't want to take too much of what's really been happening here today by giving it to you in my speech, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. Eager Rail from the USA, yes, USA. I mean, I am definitely a little bit biased here. And then also Genflat Containers USA as well are with us, and CargoX and DHL. Thank you all very much for being here today, and many thanks to our sponsors for making this event a great one. Thank you. Lars, it's all yours.
Thanks a lot. And in order to, again, try to catch up some time, it gives me great pleasure to kick off the first panel discussion here today. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Farouk Sheikh, Sue Donoghue, Robert Sutton, and Alexandros Koumianos. Hey, good to see you. Welcome, everyone. Now, before we get into the meat of the matter, I know you're all experts in different parts of the supply chain, so I would like to ask each of you just to spend a minute or two just letting everybody else know not just who you are and where you're from, but also what is your core field of expertise to set the stage before our discussion.
Shall I start then?
Yes, please.
All right. I'm Farouk Sheikh. I'm CEO of LogiPoint. And our primary role is in providing logistics infrastructure, either in form of industrial real estate or to support our tenants, which are various logistics players, including some represented over here, DHL or other 3PL operators. By core, we develop logistics parks based on the latest technologies available.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Donoghue. I'm the CEO of the Arabian cluster for DHL Global Forwarding, which means I'm responsible for Bahrain, Saudi and Kuwait. I also double hat as the Managing Director of Saudi Arabia. I've been in the logistics industry for 27 years, started straight out of university by accident, and have been in Saudi for the last 10, 12 years, so seen a lot of change. But predominantly I was in project logistics for the first, I would say, 20 years, and then came more over to the global forwarding side.
Thank you, Sue. Obviously, my name is Joe Baidoun. I'm the chairman of Transport and Logistics Middle East. I am also someone you probably have seen and known in the industry. I've been in the field for the past 20-some years. I ran Dubai Airport's cargo for 17 and a half years, and now I'm here today to be with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandros Koumianos. I'm the Chief Fulfillment and Logistics Officer for Salhoub Group. So Salhoub Group is the leading luxury retailer in the Middle East. I've been into the logistics industry for around 23 years. I have a bit of a combination of consulting and industry. I've worked for companies like TNT Express, Nike in Europe, but also Accenture, Deloitte, and Ernst & Young. Within Salhub, logistics is actually one of the most important parts of our business. We have operations in 6 countries, 14 facilities. We move around 100 million units every year within the beauty and fashion luxury segment. And I'm actually quite happy to be amongst logisticians and share our thoughts and maybe give a bit of a retailer view of the market and how logistics impacts consumers and experience.
Excuse me. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Robert Sutton. I've been in the industry now for about 40 plus years. I joined when it was warehousing and transportation way back. So 40 years plus experience in the industry and still learning every single day. My background is from a 3PL. I was with DHL for over 30 years of that, various countries around the world. And now I'm with Abu Dhabi Airports. I'm the Senior Vice President for Free Zones, Cargo and Logistics in Abu Dhabi Airport. And it's kind of interesting because I've come from the service provider background into an airport operator and free zone operator. And you'll see more and more industries doing this because they want that holistic. They want to be able to join the dots between the demand and the supply area. So I'm hoping we get the opportunity to speak to that today. If I have one request today, it's for lots of questions. You know, you haven't come here to hear from us. We want to hear from you as well. We'd love to get lots of questions, lots of challenge. Let's have some good debates amongst the panel and really kind of bring this to life. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you for introducing yourselves. And I think I'll definitely echo what you ended off with there, Robert. Let's get lots of questions from the audience. Feel free to raise your hands. And if we don't get a lot of questions from the audience, I'm sure I can also come up with a number of questions myself. And let me kick off with the first one here to get the panel started. As you heard me say in my introduction, I mean, I come from a, let's call it somewhat narrow part of the supply chain, typically from the container shipping part, and that's only one link of the whole chain. And I was boldly saying that we're basically back to normal. Of course, that comes with a couple of caveats. But seen from the wider supply chain, what I would like to hear your views on are, seen from your perspective, have we come back to normal after the pandemic? What is even normal, or has the normal changed? How do you see that? Farouk, you want to kick us off?
Definitely. Thank you, Lars. And if I would be the container shipping, I would wish that this pandemic never ended. But unfortunately for them and fortunately for the rest of us, it did. And at least as far as ocean freight is concerned, we are getting somewhere closer to pre-pandemic levels. But for rest of the industry, I think they couldn't wait for the pandemic to end. And we are getting into a new normal, as you rightly said, because the era that we entered into after the pandemic is very different than what it was before the pandemic. The panel here is, I think, 15 plus years, everyone at least. Maybe I'm the youngest one with around 20. But half of the workforce that we have today, they have never seen an interest rate above 1.5%. They were entering the field when the financial crisis of 2008 and 9 came in. So for them, this is something which they have not seen before. So it is definitely a new normal. Why I mention this, that the implications of these new scenarios, the world that we live in, and with the onset of recession in certain parts of the world, it's a different kind of mentality that needs to take place, and how we manage our supply chains. I come from the background where we are, of course, happy to see that pandemic has ended, because now the inventory levels are coming back on. Because during the pandemic, the supplies were short, nothing was staying. So the demand for industrial real estate has increased. It started increasing during the pandemic due to different reasons, because of e-com and 3PL deliveries. But now we are getting back to traditional supply chain models, where just in time was good, but just in case is also coming up now. That, okay, there is a contingency being built in. So in our segment, we are seeing an increased demand, a focus on industrial real estate, that warehousing capacity needs to be available, the transport infrastructure needs to be available. So there is a different normal that is coming in, but the good thing is that because of the declining ocean freight, there is a bit of a flexibility to invest in other segments of the supply chain. So because previously what was happening during the pandemic, almost 95% of the logistics cost base was eaten up by the ocean freight. And air cargo freight, of course, it is important, but if we compare the size, it's very small as compared to ocean freight. So that's where we are seeing that the procurers, the traders, the 3PL supply logistics players have started focusing on building the capacity and preparing themselves for the new normal.
All right, thank you so much. Sue, what's your view? Do you also subscribe to the view of the new normal?
So I think the only constant that we have in our industry and in the world is change. We're constantly evolving, we're constantly changing. We talk about it as a VUCA world, for where volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity all contribute to the way that the world is now. When you look at, we've come out of the pandemic, but now we have a world where we've got war, where we've got uncertainty. So there are each generation, and as we move from one challenge to another, that we still have consistent challenges. But as we discussed this morning, if we didn't have these challenges, then you wouldn't necessarily need a logistics industry, because it would just run smoothly and the supply and demand would be the same. It would just be a constant. So I think when we look at it with those challenges, you have to look at the other element, which is globalization and global trade. That is increasing. So that, again, it's a change, but it's a positive change. So we look at the gains associated with that. And when we think of that, trade, this global trade, it is essential for resilience. And when we think of the pandemic, we think about what supply chains, the key word that we heard throughout the whole of the pandemic was resilience. We are resilient. We had to make changes so fast, but it was the resilience that got everybody through. So I think, yes, we have gone back to an element of normal in that we see people back on the streets, we see people back in the office, we see trade coming back to a level or a change or the consistency. We see new factories opening up. If I think about Saudi in particular, the expansion, the insights that we have there, the aspirations, absolutely, it is, we're back to a new normal, I would say, but again, this new normal comes with the consistent changing demands. In terms of volumes, if I look at air freight, we didn't see this year the air freight volumes be impacted as much as they would be normally in the peak season. The peak season wasn't as peak as it had been in previous years, but the capacities are there. The trade is there, and we expect it to be by the end of the next quarter. We expect the volumes to be up again. Ocean freight, or if the decline in volumes, I would say, in the peak season that we would normally have seen between China and the US, they weren't at the levels we expected them to be. But we see the capacities in ocean freight up, and again, if you compare it to 2019, we're good. If you look at revenues, the rates have come down, which is good for suppliers, or good for exporters. Is it so good for forwarders, for shipping lines? No, but you take both sides of it. So I think, yes, there is we're back to seeing more growth and the diversification of trade away again from the medical supplies that were associated with COVID.
Thank you, Sue. So, Joe, over to you. We now got 2 votes saying yes, it's normal, but it is a different kind of normal. Do you subscribe to that view as well? Or where do you see the new normal being different from the old normal?
the two words that I actually like to use is one that was said by Farouk, flexibility. Another one was said by Sue, challenges. Now, let me ask this. Could you define normal for me? What does that mean when you say norm? As opposed to what? I mean, if we're looking at the industry itself, what did we actually change? How did we change? Things have not really changed in the sense of moving the way that we were moving. The only thing that changed was the way that we were doing things, the way that we were actually physically attending to the movement itself. Did we change processes? Yes, we have. Have we actually gotten rid of those changes from the processes that we changed and now we're back to the same old ways that we were doing things? No. Have we actually changed our concept of thinking when it comes to the safety and the security of the stuff that we were actually working on? Have we changed that? And now did we go back to the way we were before? No. So to me, change is evolving. It's actually what Sue mentioned is very brilliant. We're constantly changing, and we will never go back to the way things were. We're always going to be ahead of what things used to be. We want to change things. This is why GF Containers is here today. They're actually making things different. The industry is no longer being the way it used to be back in the days. Now we're actually looking at containers that can collapse. We're looking at aircrafts that can actually drive themselves or fly themselves. Airplanes don't drive. I mean, like, a pilot being an airplane driver, that's a really good concept. But seriously, we're looking at ways of doing things. We're looking at trucks that drive themselves. We're looking at actually drones delivering products rather than see these little guys on the motorbikes from Talabat or those other industries killing themselves in the streets. Basically, today, we're looking at ways of doing things. Have we really gone back to normal? Are we ever going to go back to normal? This is actually a challenge that we will need to continue to see, and we need to be flexible enough, as Farouk said, to accept those challenges. Jonathan?
So I mean, handing over to you, Alexandros, what I'm also interested in hearing on is from the other side of the table, people that actually use the supply chains.
Yeah.
Not only are things normal, do you want them to get back to normal, or do you even like the new normal we seem to be emerging into?
Yeah, I think first of all I agree with the fact that the definition of normal, and normal is relative to every era, depending on how we progress. But I think what's really important for us, if I see normality today, I think the most important thing is we do not struggle for capacity, especially when we look at international inbound, right? Also the rates, especially we use a lot of air freight to move our products, around 90%, have dropped significantly in our last RFP. But most importantly, from a normalization perspective of using capacity across the supply chain, this is now in a far better level, and we could say we can tap into partner capacity with the same way we could pre-COVID, right? So now we do not have these issues. We don't have capacity. The container is waiting for 2 weeks to get shipped. Actually, the lead times, the efficiency is now back there. But if we look at how we operate overall and what do we need, for us, especially from a retailer point of view, we're driven by market demand and consumer behavior. And this has changed massively. So what we've seen from our perspective is being flexible and adaptable was what really changed logistics within Salhoub and I think all the retail sector. So overnight almost, we went from 0.5% e-commerce to 10%. And now we're going from 10% to 30%. For companies like us that we've been historically distributors, actually becoming retailers and a lot closer to e-commerce retailers means logistics needs to adapt totally. Our processes, the ways of working, introducing semi-automation, introducing standardization and technology wherever we can. But what I've also seen after the pandemic is with some of the very big brands we're working with, LVMH, Dior, Sephora, they are much more interested in a business continuity plan. So when they approach us, previously it was all about reliability of service, speed of service, cost of service. Now, what we see within logistics, there is a lot of the questions, with whom do you partner? how can you guarantee and secure the capacity and the service if you have disruptions in the market? How can we ensure that we will have a product flow internationally into the GCC and intra-GCC in a way that we feel our revenue and, let's say, our growth can be guaranteed? So what we see overall is capacity is there, we can tap into the partners. Internally, we need to adopt and change a lot because we need to become more of a retailer and ensure that if the consumer changes, we can change with them. And thirdly, partnerships are becoming a lot more important. So we want to partner with specific vendors rather than tap into the capacity of multiple, because what we've seen is when it matters most, that partnership counts. And you will actually tap into your partners, you will work together and serve the marketplace. But I think, yeah, the normal has changed, but we are creating the new normal, I think, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Robert, with the benefit of hindsight from our 4 other panelists, same question to you. Is there a new normal? Should we even have a new normal?
So everything that's said here, I totally agree with, of course. But the past definitely defines the future, or helps shape the future. So when we talk about the normal, we have to understand whether we're talking about the industry practices, whether we're talking about the behaviors, the technology, or the overall supply chain methodology that we approach. If we look at the solutions that exist today, they're exactly the same solutions that existed 10 years ago. We haven't really moved the needle that far. If we look at behaviors, then we're looking at a whole different spectrum, because one thing that COVID did, or the pandemic was responsible for, was changing mindsets, was driving a level of collaboration that this industry has never seen before. Now, some of that disappeared the day after the mask came off, but some of it also stuck around. So if you look at today's supply chain innovators, they don't talk about a singular product. They don't talk about an air, an ocean, a road, a rail. They talk about multimodality, and they talk about mobility of supply chains. They talk about the ability to be able to defer supply chain decisions. You know, whether we accept it or not, our supply chains are bloated. If you look at European supply chains today, they're very, very bloated. And the issue isn't the supply chain, the issue is the balance sheet impact. So what does that mean for the new normal? It means that when we go to speak to a customer in the supply chain about a solution, we're no longer talking about a rate. We're talking about a balance sheet issue. We're talking about an inventory placement issue. We're talking about sustainability. We're talking about their procurement strategies and how technology is changing and how we can use that to move towards a norm which is predictive, which allows us to really learn from the lessons of the past as opposed to be better prepared to repeat them. Okay? So that's where I think we're seeing a step change. We're seeing a much more forward-looking industry. Our customers are super well informed. Their bruises from COVID are very fresh still, whether that's a financial bruise or an inventory or whatever that may be. They've been let down by some of the partnerships you referred to. You know, we've all signed block space agreements thinking we'd done the deal of the decade. And COVID came along, and that deal of the decade suddenly put your containers right at the back of the queue if you were lucky. People learn from this. The industry learns from this. So the new norm will take these learnings and it will address them in its contracts, it will address them in the way it partners, and it will address them in how it recognizes value.
Thank you, Robert. And you can say it actually ties in nicely with the next question I would want to lob at all of you, because it does evolve around what are the lessons learned from COVID. But maybe also to put a bit different perspective on it, at least the way I see it is, what are the lessons that we were supposed to have learned? Who is it that are supposed to have learned a specific lesson? And maybe let me be slightly controversial here. I might be tempted to some degree of saying the lessons we maybe should have learned are not the ones we tend to think about. Because if the lesson learned was supposed to be we should have larger buffers to handle a disruption such as this, I would not necessarily think that that's a lesson we should have learned. If I look at the retailers, I'm sure the retailers might disagree, but the last 2 years have been phenomenally costly and disruptive, absolutely. But does that lead to a lesson saying we should have larger buffers in the supply chain? Because if I look at the 18 years prior to the pandemic, how much money was saved because those buffers were not there? The buffers in the supply chain don't come free of charge either. So maybe one of the lessons, at least that would be my view, one of the lessons learned shouldn't be learned in the logistics departments. It should be learned in the finance departments. What is the time frame we should use to evaluate this? If we evaluate our balance sheets only annually, yes, then it looks horrible in 21 and in 22. If we evaluate this over a period that covers more than the typical cycles in the industry, it might actually turn out the lesson learned is maybe it's okay to have just-in-time logistics and just pay what it costs once in a blue moon when everything gets disrupted. But that would just be my view, at least on part of the what lessons have we learned or should we learn. Farooq, how do you see it in terms of lessons learned?
It's a valid point, and the only issue was that in the past we never had a data point. So if you want to do any cost-benefit analysis, how much it's going to cost us in case of pandemic being out, we could only use assumptions, and yet anyone's guess would be as good as other person's guess. So now we have some data point. Now, of course, we are not going to go by WHO's recommendation is that the next pandemic is going to be far worse than the previous one, but at least there is something that could be used to evaluate what is going to be the cost-benefit analysis. It's human nature that when we come out of any kind of a shock and everything, we move immediately to the other end of the spectrum, and it takes time before we start slowly adjusting. So we are going to go through this adjustment process. People have suffered a lot. The memories, scars are fresh, so memories are recent. And we have this recent memory bias. So right now people are trying to stock up. The second thing is that I think it's in current, which will lead into subsequent discussion as well. In current environment, it's difficult to assume that there is no next crisis happening. We have so much going on around us at the moment that we are still not thinking that, okay, it's a stable environment. We are seeing changes. Immediately after that, we saw a significant upheaval in commodity segments due to the geopolitical issues recently. So can we really plan for it? I don't think we are ready yet for it. I think it's still time. It will take us time to learn and adjust ourselves till the impacts settle down.
Thanks. And before handing it over to you, Sue, I will actually take you up on something that you mentioned here on stage before. We also talked about it before we got started here, where you were mentioning, I'm maybe paraphrasing a bit, when everything works according to plan, it can all be automated. The difference supply chain management does is in handling the exceptions, right? So is the lesson we should learn here, we should not fix the problems. The more problems we have, the better off all the supply chain actors are going to be, because that's what's keeping us in business. I know that might be taking your statement a bit too far, but is the lesson learned that crises are good for supply chains?
I think when, and one of the interesting things, and I take it back, so whenever people, nobody really understands, if I talk to family or friends, they don't really understand what my job is. They know what my job title is, but if I try and explain to them what I do, it just comes across with like a, okay, let's move on to another topic. But I think when you look at the pandemic, what it did was it highlighted the actual importance of the supply chain and logistics industry. So part of, if you go into, as I said, I fell into freight forwarding. I did a degree in psychology. I took a temp job on reception in a freight forwarding company, and here I am 27 years later. So I didn't choose it because I never really put any thought into how the maybe it's naive, but how the stuff got on the shelves, how medicines got to wherever they needed to go, what had to happen for a car to be produced. You don't just go to a showroom. You don't understand that if this chip doesn't get manufactured, then actually you can put a halt to the whole industry. So maybe that's taking it a bit basic, but one of the key, I would say, a key part of our job description is managing the challenges, the daily risks, the daily challenges that we have in the industry. So if something happens and if something's just happening, you don't really think about it, right? One of my granddad's favourite saying was, if you haven't got a leak, you're not going to bring a plumber, you're not going to fix it, because you don't think about it. It just happens. But I think what we showed, and I go back to this resilience, when we had to change from having everybody in offices to everybody home working, we did it like that because we had to do it. And that wasn't necessarily because there was a big plan in place that if there is a crisis, this is what's going to happen. Maybe to a certain extent, yes, but it happens because we had to make it happen. And I think when you look at the pandemic, yes, it was absolutely unprecedented, but we've dealt with crises before and we'll deal with crises again. So it's more about, when you look at the global trade, yes, it was impacted, but it didn't collapse. And you think of all the billions of vaccines and medical equipment that was moved all around the world, and the collaboration that we had. We needed vaccines here, so we moved them from here to here. We needed, if you look at aircrafts, they weren't moving passengers, but there's lots of pictures that were on social media where passenger aircraft were packed out with cargo, because it's what needed to be done to fix the problem at the time, and everybody came together. And it sounds quite idealistic, but the bottom line is, yes, we did learn, and we continue to learn. And as colleagues on the panel have said, it was a different challenge. And we had to rise to that challenge, and we will continue to rise to the challenge. And yes, when we move forward with automation and we look at the sustainability agendas, because it's not just about a rate now, it is about partnerships. It's about how can we look at sustainability together when we look at ESG's agenda. But it's about coming together and creating the new normal, taking the lessons that we learned, what went well, what could we change? If such a thing happened again, what would we need to do? And I think to have the benefit of, I guess, of that hindsight, we are all bruised there. Everybody's got their own scars from the battle that was COVID, but then we've got our own scars from previous situations as well. We were talking this morning about the situation in the Suez, right? Where the industry was severely impacted, and there was a potential crisis again this morning, but now it's moving. So I think, yes, we do learn, and we are, as Robert said at the beginning, every day is a school day. We learn every day. So yes, we've learned a lot of lessons, but we also continue to learn as well.
Thank you, Sue. And Joe, you were mentioning before also, in terms of the new normal, a lot of these new technologies, you had a few examples of those that are coming up. What then went through my mind is, when I look at all of these new technologies that are coming, it's not that they were invented within the last 12 to 24 months. They've actually been around for quite a long time. It's just that now they actually seem to begin to gain traction. Would it be fair to say that one of the lessons maybe that should be learned is we should be bolder in trying to experiment and implement some of these new innovations faster than what we've been doing in the past?
I think you really chose the right word, Lars, bolder. And, and honestly, one of the things that I wanted to mention to answer your earlier question, what actually have we learned, lessons that we have learned? I think what we have done in this industry is we became great opportunity seekers. The best thing that happened to cargo and logistics was COVID. Seriously, that was the best thing that happened to it. Millions and millions of dollars were actually made for companies that actually took on these opportunities and started supplying the world with something that was in the past that was meaningless. It was like something that was actually really needed to be done, but it really needed to be done. As Sue said, some aircrafts were actually packed where passengers would sit with cargo boxes. Others, now on the other hand, others have actually not sought these opportunities or decided to just let it ride through. Or some maybe some physical or terminals or operations or airports or companies decided not to take advantage of these opportunities and seek ways to actually make them work for themselves. Some operations were simply shut down because they were not ready to challenge the world or to accept these challenges that the world is throwing at them. The pandemic, in some cases, for our industry, was the best thing that ever happened to us. And we did seek that opportunity, and airlines made millions, if not billions, you know, just moving cargo from one place to another. At one point, if you remember, it was costing us $300,000 to $400,000 to lease an aircraft or to charter an aircraft from one point A to point B. It went up to $1.3, $1.4 million at one point. So these opportunity seekers, yes, they have learned the lesson to seek the opportunity and to seize it as it's possible. Now, having said that, going back to Lars' latter question about the technology and some of the things that we're really seeing, and it's not like, you know, it was really something that just came up all of a sudden, decided, oh, you know what, we really need an autonomous vehicle because pandemic was a very serious thing, so let's come up with one. No, it's actually been in the development and research and development for many, many, many years. But today, the world has given us a new push, a new drive, a new challenge, said, you know, can you do it faster? Can we actually come up with AI solutions to cargo operations in airports? Can we actually have robots making up pallets instead of human being doing the same thing that used to be done several years ago? Can we still have the same concept in the shipping industry, or should we change things now? Can we have cargo ships or containers to move on its own without a captain, without actually having to face challenges of pirates or anything like that in the sea? Those are definitely things that, yes, they have been in the industry for many, many years and have been talked about for many, many years, but now the time has given us the right push to make it even faster and to give us a challenge, even more challenges that we really never thought of before. Can we do it faster? Can we do it different? Can we do it more efficient than we have ever done before?
Thank you, Joe. And then, now I actually got two questions for you, Alexandros. I only had one, but given Joe's comments here, I'm going to be slightly cheeky and ask two. The first question is, given you're on the side that is paying for this, do you also agree that COVID was the best thing that ever happened to your supply chain? I know that's slightly cheeky, but the other one, that's also, I mean, I was initially saying, who has learned the lessons? Have you seen, or are you seeing on the other side, that this has also imparted some lessons in the wider company? Here I'm thinking about at the board level, at the senior level. Are those lessons that are being taken to heart? Does that change the way company operates?
So first of all, yes, I do agree. It was also great for us. Why? Because I think the answer goes both to question one and question two. As we were discussing before, back from 2006 when I was doing my master's, one of my professors said, supply chains compete, not companies. So when COVID happened, actually the board suddenly realized, oh, what's going on here? We cannot move products. The cost is going up. My P&L is impacted. So yes, from a financial point of view, the impact of COVID from a retailer was very big, but because the impact was so hard, then it really put the right focus on the supply chain and logistics function. And it allowed us to really become a core function within the strategy, have a seat on the table, and ensure that we can design together the end-to-end product flow. And I think what Robert said a bit previously at this moment in time, I think one of the biggest lessons learned was don't put all your eggs in one basket. And this has quite a lot of different ways of looking at it. Because when now we discuss, let's say, with the board, so for example, localization versus centralization. That might be from an inventory point of view, from a resources, logistics resources, warehouses. The strategy has totally changed on how do we want to do our demand supply planning, our inventory sourcing, but also our inventory deployment. Let me give you an example for the GCC. At this moment in time, we operate mostly from Zabza, which is a free zone, and it's our regional center. We have been actively looking in other free zones in the GCC to create another regional center in order for us to be able to have this choice of still have inventory in a free zone that we can move regionally, but not be overly dependent just in one location. And we're actually doing that in Saudi Arabia, that we're building a new regional facility in one of the new free zones in King Khalid Airport. So for me, the localization versus centralization, then partnering. How do we partner with more than one vendor for a trade lane? Previously, you would work with one company could have all your trade lanes from Europe and even work with them intra-GCC. We don't do that anymore because we've seen that this was a failure point. And now also the board is asking for this optionality, even if it might cost a little bit more. You have more options to work with partners around the supply chain. So yes, COVID was a great thing because it also shook a little bit the typical manual foundations, just throw people into it and it will work. So now we do more semi-automation, we invest more, we standardize more. And secondly, it allowed us as logisticians to have a seat on the table. And now we are a lot more respected and regarded when we talk about how do we grow the business. And logistics is an enabler of that, not just a physical, let's say, enabler, just moving the parcels around. We're actually a strategic enabler for the business.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And coming to you, Robert, I might want to twist it slightly because you actually brought up there's lessons learned already before when you answered. So I would rather ask you something slightly different. Are there lessons from the last 2 years that we should unlearn? Because the last 2 years was clearly an extreme situation. And extreme situations warrant certain types of solutions that work well in crisis mode, but absolutely do not work when you get back to more normal operations. So is there a risk in this industry that we might take some lessons learned from the last 2 years and continue to apply them even when it becomes inappropriate?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I did to get that question, but thank you anyway. So what could we unlearn? I think we have to be very careful that we don't build the lessons from COVID into our everyday behaviors. I think the worst thing we can do is go back and bloat the supply chain even further because we're concerned about our single point of failures. So we need to be mindful of that. And I think the other thing we need to be mindful of is, we now think that, okay, we need a more diverse supplier base. We don't actually need a more diverse supply base. What we need to do is understand what our critical points of failure are and build those into our planning cycles. So instead of saying, well, our planning cycle is the same, we procure our winter inventory in June and we negotiate that and it starts to ship in fall and then it arrives just in time. All of that's fine, providing we're using the right information. The worst thing, one of the worst things we can do is to maintain what we do, but then say, okay, but we'll do it more often. We do it with the right data. We do it with the right data set. We start to use data. We start to use technology to stress test our decisions. Instead of making decisions based on the worst case scenario, which just bloats the supply chain, means that we've got the inventory moving at the wrong cost, it's hitting the consumer at the wrong price point, then let's stress test our decisions. And let's spend a lot more time looking at the data that we use to make decisions and what data bias we bring into that. Because One of the challenges with COVID, and we need to unlearn this really quickly, is that we're all biased. It's built us into a bias that, okay, if it goes wrong again, I need to have a solution. I need to be smarter than the next guy next to me. So there's a bias that goes into that that the machines won't take on board. We need to start using the AI and technology, particularly in our forecasting and demand planning, and on our procurement planning as well, to make sure that all of that bias is removed. And what we end up with is a streamlined organization. When we've done the post-mortem with a number of companies following COVID, there's been a consistent theme, which is we're going to bring in more planners. We're going to do more, we're going to have more carriers. We're going to have more modality options, and all that's fine. But if you only do that and don't change the way that you use your data to really optimize the supply chain, then all you're doing, you're moving more inventory across more players, across more node points.
Right, thank you. Now, before I hog all the time, I want to ask if there are questions from the audience as well. I did promise that early on, you'll get chances to ask questions. Because otherwise, rest assured, I can always come up with more questions. Yes? I think, is there a mic down there? It is coming. Oh, we're up to 2 questions. Excellent.
Hi, good morning. Hassan Jamaluddin from Newbridge Pharmaceuticals. It's a pleasure to be in this platform, and I would like to address 2 points, if you don't mind. One of them is that with key players like yourselves, I would like to see maybe an initiative to partner with local technologies like, we are talking about robotic deliveries and drones. This is a MENA conference, and I believe that the priority should be given to MENA. And why we don't start from here, like encouraging those startups or the industries where it will help you in the future. It will help the logistics industry in the future in this region. Because frankly, I don't see, yesterday I was in a conference and I have seen one of the 3PL using a drone and modeling a drone and a robot for delivery, but it's bought from, definitely from a company somewhere else. So what about encouraging these initiatives? This is my first point. And my second point is, I'm like an end user, and I believe you are key players in the transport and logistics. You are on the upper side of the chain, where you handle and manage key decisions related to the industry. But me as a company concerned with, I sell pharmaceuticals in the region to distributors. Pharmaceuticals, I believe, is one of the industries that, we can classify it second, third, if we're talking about FMCG and other important industries. Now, we face challenges. And, in importation and exportation, and there is a link where our 3PL, I don't see that they are able to address it to, let us say, for example, to Mr. Robert. I don't see anybody will be able to reach Abu Dhabi airports so easily to address a certain challenge, because someone like Mr. Robert and the rest of you, with all respect, will be able to immediately connect with authorities, find a solution. So, there is something here which probably we can improve to empower, the people on a decision-making level to support the industry. Most probably, you don't see the challenges that are faced on the lower end, but maybe this is a point to address later on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are two great questions, and I'll be happy to hand it over to our panel. I just want to add one additional comment because I think you hit on a very important topic. We could probably spend the entire day on that one. But in your question on are we looking more into developing some of these technologies specifically in the region here, and the reason why I think that even is a much bigger discussion topic as such, that is when you think about the geopolitical changes in the entire world. If you look at what has happened just over the last 12 months, there are increasing sanctions coming left, right, and center in terms of which countries can export which types of technologies to which other countries. And that might become a hindrance in some places around the world for some of the technological development. So it's a very apt question. Should some of these technologies be developed and manufactured more locally?
Lars, if I could just take a stab at this. Thank you, Dr. Hassan, and that was a very good question. I totally agree with Lars on the actual rephrasing this question, and should the technology be driven from this region? Look, this region has actually been known, and this country in particular has been known to be the pioneer in many different ways, many different solutions that have been introduced to the world. But I also see the point that Dr. Hassan brought up, and where should this start from? I mean, should it be a one company deriving this solution, but then it would only be relevant to that company? It would only be relevant to that one part of the logistics supply chain. Should it be done by a government entity and driving this force? Then it would sound like something being forced on you and doing things that you may not want to do. But the solution is very simple. It needs to be driven by the people who are actually in charge of the supply chain. Let me give you an example. Back in 2014, when we actually had a problem, and I go back to what Sue mentioned earlier, the fact that when we have a problem, we come up with innovative solutions. We come up with something really great. We had a problem. Dubai Airports at the time decided to shut down one of their main runways. And that creates a major problem for an airport that has only 2 runways. So the north and south runways will only be, actually one of them would only be working for 90 days and the other one will be shut down for renovation. So that made that industry face a major challenge. Of course, you know, the sexy part of the business was not really being affected as much as the non-sexy part of the business. And what I mean by non-sexy is our business, cargo. You know, a box will never complain. You throw it in the sun for many hours, nobody cares. But a passenger, if you delay them for 20 minutes and they're not flying, they will definitely make you hear of it. But what happened at the time is we needed to come up with a solution that would connect the 2 airports together seamlessly and without actually having the industry to be compromised. We did that through seamless cargo movement solutions, where one cargo arrives in one airport and leaves from the other airport on a different airplane without actually having to go through security or handling or anything like that. This solution came by the authority itself, came by the people who are providing the service, the airport. So all companies that dealt with this one consignment had to really be brought on board. So back to the question, should this be driven by one company or by one entity that would actually make it more feasible and more available for people to use? In our situation, it was Dubai Airports Authority who made it happen. It wasn't one part of the business. It wasn't the airline. It wasn't the ground handler. It wasn't the trucking operation. It wasn't the police. It wasn't the customs. It wasn't SSD or CID or any of those other entities that are involved. It was the airport authority. So that one entity made it possible. So today, in order for us to actually introduce something new, it has to come from an authority that would make it feasible or make it eligible or make it whatever you wanted to call it, easy enough for people to use or to be able to adapt into their processes so the business can move on.
Thank you, Joe. And I noticed that basically our entire panel wants to say something. I think I'm going to give it over to you first, Robert, since you were explicitly mentioned.
my mind, I wouldn't go to an airport, I wouldn't go to an aviation authority to support there we go, to support drones or other modality. I think the universities, you know, if you speak to Khalifa University as an example, they would get behind this. The government body that would probably be most receptive to this is a neutral body, maybe the DED, the Department of Economic Development. So look at those as examples that can champion a cause. They could pick up on behalf of an industry an idea, whether it's collapsible containers, whether it's drones, whether it's autonomous vehicles, whatever the investment may be. The UAE is not shy in getting behind innovation. You know, look at what it's achieved. So, but it's a matter of choosing the right sponsor. And for me, I would look at either a neutral body in the government like the DED, MOFAC, MOFAIC, something like that, or a learning institute, a credible learning institute like Khalifa University as an example to go to. To come to your second part of the question, the most enjoyable part of my role is facilitation. Facilitating discussions. I really enjoy it when somebody says, you know, I'd like to work with Abu Dhabi, but, because the but is what I enjoy solving. But, you know, the police is too difficult, the customs are so challenging, everything's very vague. Then let's get into that but. Work with us and see us as an airport authority as a facilitator for those discussions. We can bring customs to the table. We can bring the police to the table. We can bring the different airports and we can introduce these discussions. So, you know, the benefit of stepping out of the 3PL service industry and into the kind of government modality industry allows us to sit in that middle ground and say, we don't have a dog in this fight, but there's a real entrepreneur here that wants to build a business in the Emirate and he's facing some challenges. Let's bring the parties to the table now to help address those challenges. So I'd encourage you to kind of seek me out afterwards, nail me down, make sure that I deliver the promise, and I'll connect you with the right people. Okay.
Thank you. Alexandros?
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So I just want to give a little bit of a different spin on the question, which is, before joining Salhub, I was here as a consultant, as a director in the supply chain practice. But also within Salhub, I've seen a couple of things. Fit for purpose. So when we look into technology, when we look into applying technology, sometimes the technologies out there for the current operating models and infrastructure of the retailers and the companies in the GCC do not fit. Right? So trying to retrofit a new technology in how you operate today is a very difficult and expensive task if you don't want to change totally. So one of the things I would say is, of course we need to sit down to discuss, to explore, to discover, potentially seek assistance from the right bodies. But also I think even as 3PL providers or as retailers, we need to look inside and understand how much change do we need to do in the foundations. Because I typically see three levels. Do it right, do it better, do it different. If you try to do it different because you actually have the foundation to do it right, it will break. Like if you ask me today, can I put drones into my warehouse, and even if I have any startup company at the lowest possible cost, probably not. Because the rest of my infrastructure is not ready to accept it. My WMS, my Oracle, my ERP, etc. So I do believe we need the disruptive technologies and the assistance to deploy them in a way even as a proof of concept. But we also need to look at the maturity of our operations and ensure that we are ready to pay for the change and implement the change. Because I've seen that a lot as a big barrier. When a technology is out there, like no one then can use it because they don't want to change that very basic manual way of operating or the 20-year-old system. Because to put a new WMS, it's a 5-10 million investment. So that's, for me, it's quite an important point when we look at technology.
Yeah. Sue?
Yes, so I'd just like to pick up on one part of the question, which was around the development of ideas or establishing them locally. So as DHL, we have innovation centres around the world. Germany was the first, then was Singapore, then Chicago. But in 2021, we brought a mobile innovation centre to Dubai, and that sits up near Maktoum Airport. But the whole idea of this innovation centre was to come, and it is to bring companies together where startups who come in, we have a fast forward challenge where we encourage startups to come and pitch their ideas, whether it be around, so to do with logistics. So, for example, the Fast Forward Challenge that happened this year, it was about, the winner of the challenge was about bicycles, but e-vehicle bicycles with batteries that would just be charged in charging stations. So the battery was separated from the bike. It was a completely different solution, but it was something that was going to provide sustainability, cost effectiveness. It was also going to give drivers, the way that the model was pitched was, it was going to give drivers additional incentive because they had the opportunity to basically double their salary with what was being saved in fuel, energy, etc. So my point is, yes, we have these innovation centres, and this innovation keeps moving. So when we talk about Dubai, UAE, as I said, this innovation centre was supposed to be here. It was in line, originally it was supposed to be here for Expo, it was supposed to be here for a year, then it gets packed up into containers and it goes somewhere else in the region. But the Dubai South government authorities have said, no, we don't want it to go. We want to have a permanent innovation centre that will be in the UAE because it is used by the government to promote new ideas, new innovations, new solutions. So we talk about the automations, we talk about the trend radar, we talk about all of the different aspects of the industry, and we work with partners, but we also encourage startups to come and to pitch ideas so that we can also help to provide a platform. So I think in that sense, yes, the move is being made, and I think if, to Robert's point, if you're connected with the right people, then the opportunities are actually endless.
Yep. Farouk?
Yep. I will reflect more on what is happening in Saudi Arabia as compared to UAE because I'm based over there. First of all, on the technology part, what is happening, of course, we are living in an era of information and data. We need to have an ecosystem for practical solutions to be implemented. And the technology currently available is not there yet in a sense. But as my fellow panelists mentioned and what's happening, the governments have supported the incubation centers where as a first step to that, we are able to replicate and adapt the technologies which are available globally to the local requirements. And that is happening very fast. And Sue mentioned something about what Dubai South and Dubai government of Dubai is doing. But if you come to Saudi Arabia and if you have been there, you will be amazed as to what is happening out there. The kind of incubation is sprouting up everywhere in all the major cities is amazing. And that is happening at an unprecedented pace. Okay. So that ecosystem that has been missing from the region, very soon it's going to catch up to anywhere top-notch place in the world. And then it will be the right question to ask, okay, do we really have the technologies that would be utilized? I think yes, and we are not far away from that. Okay. On the second part of trade facilitation and collaboration now, question was specific to Eddie ports. But where we are in Saudi is that the multifunctional cross-sectional collaboration taking place, the setups, the departments in the government whose sole job and role is to facilitate bringing in people together so that we are able to sort out problems This is something new. It's not, you don't need to go for it. There are one window operation is usually a marketing term, but you can really feel that if there isn't a problem now, you go to one person, say for example in Saudi Customs, trade facilitation, and they will take you through to whoever you have to deal with in the government, whether there is a private party or a government party or involved in the process, and get it sorted out. And not it sorted out for one particular shipment only, but then that roadmap is agreed on by all the parties that you don't face the same problem subsequently. You may face a different problem, not the same. Yeah, all right. So I think a lot has been happening in the region, and it's only one way up from here. I don't think that anyone wants to go back. So if there are problems now, they will be sorted out very soon. And technology is going to be here sooner or later anyway.
Thank you.
Lars, if I may just add, just actually I've been, forgive me, it's, I have actually just been reminded by a good friend of ours who's actually watching us live on YouTube that this actually is being broadcast on YouTube, on TLME live YouTube channel. And Mr. Alan White, all the way from the US, from National Air Cargo, has actually texted me and said he's watching us. So, and they have questions they would actually ask of the panels as well. So I just wanted to make sure that this little housekeeping item is mentioned, and I'm sorry I forgot about it earlier.
Yeah. We have a question down here.
Hello. Hi. Good morning. My name is Alex Borg. I'm from the Institute of Supply Chain in UK, based in Dubai. So far we have heard about collective or collaboration models, which I think make sense for the industry today. But now I would like to go inside the company, and I would like to ask this question especially to Sue, where about the people. You know, most of the time in my job I deal with people all the time, you know, rather than the infrastructure, what I call it the hardware, right? So when it comes to the soft drive of the company, although we have a lot of robots coming in and a lot of automation, but still we have a huge element of people. And what I have seen in my years of staff development, or 20-25 years, things have changed a lot. You know that people have social media in their hands. They become more empowerment, power to do more things. So my question is, how do you face because we spoke about change, you know, change. And there's a huge element of change in mentality, attitude, and many of you have spoke about rapid changes to be able to meet the market needs. So what is happening and how you tackle that kind of change to make them follow your vision, your strategy? Thank you.
It's a really good question, and I think when we talk about automation and we talk about the use of bots, we talk about Internet of Things, what we're doing is we are enhancing the supply chain. So we are in some ways, if I look at, I was at the Innovation Centre yesterday, we were doing a tour for a customer, and we were talking about the things that complement the service or enhance the service that we provide. So are we sitting here saying we're gonna be in a situation in the next 10, 12 years where we're not gonna need people in the industry? Absolutely not, because the evolution and the supplementary, so the AI, the use of bots, the use of information, it still needs to be processed. So there's so much, but you need people to be doing the designing of it, and it's about how it can help, how can it make the job done faster, but you still need to have the employees. So there was a survey done that said, do you believe that your job will be replaced by a robot? Can your job be replaced by a robot? And we're talking about millennials, we're talking about, you know, the generation that have grown up with everything that's computerized, that it's all PlayStations, it's all the VR, yes. But does it help? So one of the technologies we use at the moment is a headset. So someone who's sitting, for example, in the US doesn't have to travel to Dubai to do a survey, because someone can have the camera, can have a microphone, and they can see exactly what they're seeing. The person in the States can then circle what they need to do. Can you zoom in on this? So what has it done? Has it replaced the need for the subject matter expert? No. Has it made his job easier? Potentially, yes, or reduced the travel or enhanced. So I think there's a lot of, the industry is moving forward. We see that, we see the need for it to move forward because society, as you said, social media is moving forward. Is it going to replace? No. Does it enhance? Yes.
Thank you, Sue. And we had one more question down here in the front before we take the coffee break.
Hi. With your permission, I would like to comment on Dr. What was your name? Sorry, I didn't catch it. Yes. Dr. Hassan. For the first question, I totally agree with you. We should actually find local innovators to actually come up with the technologies that we look at. In terms of the second question, coming back from working with a number of airlines background as well as the International Air Transport Association, IATA, I think the best way to handle issues if you face, since you work with pharmaceutical products, is actually to go back to your freight forwarder or airline, raise those issues, and they would be in a better position to actually discuss them with whether it is an airport authority or whether it is customs, whatever it is. But in the UAE, when I was with IATA, the International Air Transport Association, I was encouraging airlines, ground handling agents to become CAIV certified. And we did actually manage to get some parties certified, like, for example, Etihad Airways. We have Sharjah Aviation Service. Even Emirates is already certified, but not by the IATA CAIV, by GDP, which is good practice, good distribution practice. So when you deal with those entities, you're already on the safe side because they are already certified and they know how to handle pharmaceutical products. But again, nobody is perfect. You need to raise issues. But I think, like I said, it's the best is to raise it up with the logistics company you work with or the airline, who will in turn raise it up with the airport authorities. Because airport authorities or the airline or the airport itself, it's difficult to deal with all the clients directly. This is just as a suggestion to get your points, you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Very glad you. Hello. Hi. Hello. I'm very glad that you raised this point. And this is a typical example that, this is where I don't see that the 3PL who are in direct contact with the customers reflect the full picture to the next level. Okay, so just to brief you about my history a little bit, I humbly worked in the pharmaceutical logistics industry for 25 years, starting from Schering-Plough in the US to MSD to Newbridge, who are now in pharmaceutical business of specialized medicine for the whole MENA, from Saudi Arabia up to North Africa. I have set up 5 distribution hubs, one in the US, Canada, UK, Poland, and UAE. And we are dealing with key players. Now, what I have mentioned is after the forwarders basically reached a deadlock, or they were struggling to sort out a certain issue. So for me, I cannot tell them go and discuss it with IATA or take it forward. I don't know where they can reach, What they can reach is probably the regional management. So I'm limited in how to enforce them to go to the upper level. So this is where I usually start linking my connections with our 3PL, and we are dealing with, you know, top players in the 3PL industry here. No need to mention names, but you know, 3 top players. They do their best, and we are happy with them, because if we are not happy, we will not use their services. But still, the room for improvement and for alignment to the next level is definitely there. And I thank you really for bringing this point, because it allowed me to say, you know, that it's happening, but probably the visibility is not clear. And this is why these conferences are a must, and they are essential. You know, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that comment. We have just
Lars.
one quick question here, and then we will break.
Lars, if you don't mind, can I just elaborate a little bit on that one before we go to the next question? This is very important, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier when Lars asked the question, have we gone back to normal, or what are the changes that and what lessons have learned? Now, let me just say this once, and this is strictly my personal opinion, by the way. If we don't come up with initiatives to change and move on to the next level in our industry, we are going to become complacent. We don't and we cannot afford to do that. So I don't really think or agree that it's only the end user's responsibility to go to the 3PL, to go to the freight forwarder, or go to their authority, go to the airline to suggest the new innovation. No, it should be us thinking of new innovation and thinking of ways that we can actually attract more customers like Dr. Hassan and others who actually can move into the next level of our business, and where it should be more technologically driven, it should be more innovative, it should be more easier to deal with things, and then have things done much more efficient and actually less costly. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Yes?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Thanks, Lars and the panel members, for sharing your professional views with us. My name is Vijay. I work for a container shipping company called Yangming. I have one comment and one question. Comment is that most of the talk was centered on what is normal and what is new normal. So I think on a lighter note, we can say that before COVID, for almost 10 years, most shipping liner companies were reporting substantial losses. Then came 2021 and 22, where there were windfall profits. And now, this year, second quarter, we are back into loss-making business, which means we are back to normal, if that is a yardstick. If profitability is a yardstick, yes, we are back to normal. Then the other thing, what Robert mentioned, you know, about balance sheet, I think that word you used, and by extension, the profit and loss statement. I think that's a very good indicator of whether we are getting back to normal or not, because most of us are corporate companies. And no matter what you do with technology, innovation, everything, finally, what people, or at least what the stakeholders are looking for, is profits. And profit is not a bad word. There is an unseen hand in every company which guides us towards achieving profits. If innovation and technology is one way, yes, fair enough. We opt for that. But the focus is to return maximum benefit to the stakeholders. So we don't lose sight of that. Okay. That was the comment. Now the second thing, the question, probably, Robert, you can handle this. Etihad Rail has been launched. Okay. It is not really a normal thing to have a railway network in the GCC nations, because probably the topography and the geography doesn't support a rail network. But yet, this is an ambitious project. And I would consider this as something of a disruptive technology, because probably the railway network would phase out road transport within the GCC. What would be your assessment on this?
So without specifically talking about, first of all, thanks for the question. Without specifically talking about a single airline, I think the development of air networks, road networks, rail networks, and the point-to-point feeder vessel services in the GCC is continually evolving. I think, you know, as airlines drop routes and networks, there are other players coming onto the market and other modalities opening up in the market. So the ability to be able to choose your modality, road, air, rail, sea, it remains with the shipper. It's our role to make sure that where we look at, take Etihad as an example, and only an example, we'll look at their route network, we'll look at the market requirements for a route network, and then where we see a gap, we'll discuss that with not only Etihad, but other airlines. Because a large part of our role is to make sure that the UAE and the GCC is geographically positioned to be a hub for Middle East, Africa, Europe. That only works if we have the network coverage to deliver it. So it's our role to listen to the industry, and if the industry says, yeah, I'd like to use a UAE-based airline, but doesn't have the coverage, doesn't have the capacity, the fleet dimensions are wrong, all of these things, then we can help address those and we can understand those. Again, coming back, I don't have particularly a dog in the fight of Emirates or Etihad or Gulf Air or Saudi Airlines in terms of how they manage their fleet and their profitability. Our role as an airport is to make sure that we provide an ecosystem of road, rail, air and sea operators that can work with our customers and work with the business and provide modality options. And that's really our role there. So again, I guess very similar to the answer earlier, the best question I can get or the best response I can get is, I'd like to do business, but, and then let's focus on that but. And if we can't resolve it directly, then allow us to try and connect you to the parties that can provide some answers.
Thank you. And I want to thank our panel here. I know a couple of you will be staying on for this session here after the break as well. For the rest of you, thank you so much for coming here today and sharing your knowledge and participating in the discussion here.
Thank you.
What we will do now is we will take a short break for coffee and whatever else we want to spend the time for. And I would suggest we reconvene here in 15 minutes at 11:30. And then we get into session 2 and 3 combined, which is the future of logistics and ask the experts. Asking the experts, we're already way into, so we're going to continue down that positive track. Thank you. lunch break as well, just to give you an idea of the time frame here. And to start with, I mean, you know already Joe and Sue from our first session, but I'll ask Drew here to just quickly introduce himself.
Yeah, my name is Drew Hall. My background actually is not in the logistics. I've been impressed with all of your backgrounds. You know so much about this industry, but I actually graduated from university with a degree in accounting and worked as an auditor in Seattle with the Big 8 auditing firm for 5 years, which was an amazing experience auditing the balance sheets and income statements of a wide variety of companies, both private and public. I started my own CPA firm and ran my own CPA firm for 25 years. I got tired of paying rent real quick, so I built a building for my firm, and after that I built another building, and then I bought more land, and I built more buildings and apartments and a shopping center, and I morphed into a real estate developer. I'm here because I developed a relationship with an individual, Roy Heron, who at one time was the chairman of the Long Beach Port Commission. His friend Alex Bellumere was an inventor. They came up with the concept of the collapsible container, and in 2017, Roy called me, asked me to come down to Long Beach, and he said, "You're the entrepreneur I need to finance the research and development and to take this to market." So that's why I'm here. The real expert of the industry is my colleague Joe Maggio, who's here. Joe has 45 years of experience in the industry in every aspect of it. But again, my background is primarily in finance and in managing big projects.
Thank you. And before I lapse into a question, I actually want to pick up a thread where we left off just before the coffee break with the very good comment about what does normal mean, and that normal prior to the pandemic, seen from the container liner perspective, normal was constant losses. Then we had, in the container shipping sector, a massive windfall over the last 2 years, and now we're basically back to some type of normality. I don't want to lapse into a discussion on whether the container lines will be perennially loss-making going forward. That's not so much the point, but it's more to set the stage for this discussion, because it does mean, factually, that especially on the container carrier side, but certainly also for many logistics companies, everybody is sitting on, to make it a bit black and white, a pile of cash like we've never seen before. Now, everybody knows that was a one-time windfall. So the question is, what are all these companies going to use that money for going forward? That also means when we now start to talk about what are new technologies, it's not money that's missing. The money is there. The question is, what are the money going to be used for? Are they going to be used wisely? And I actually want to start with you, Drew, since you are new to the panel here, and lapse into the question first in terms of how do you see it? I mean, you are one of the people out there that are actually on the end of, okay, let's try to put some new technological solution in play. The technology clearly exists. The money clearly is there. But are you seeing traction? How ready is the industry actually to make change?
The answer to that question is I don't know yet. We're very early in the process. We have only built the 4 prototype containers. We're starting our manufacturing with CIMC in China in June, and we're going to find out exactly how receptive the industry is to a technology innovation like our containers. However, I want to go back to a comment that was made earlier about profit. It's not a bad word. I've learned throughout my entrepreneurial experience that the key for me is quality control and cost control. And in everything that I've ever done, I've always tried to emphasize quality control and cost control. And if you do that, the revenue will take care of itself and your bottom line will grow. So I think you always have to look at how do I manage that bottom line, and I think reducing the cost. I don't know what the experience is around the world, but where we are really limited in our ability to expand our infrastructure. We just don't have it. The Long Beach port, for example, is landlocked. They can't expand. And a large portion of that surface area of the Long Beach port is taken up with empty containers, over 35 to 40%. So we have a solution to increase the capacity and the efficiency of that port. And we're looking, you know, in America, for example, we have a shortage of 60,000 truck drivers. The demand is there. Every time a truck goes by, you see a sign on the back of the truck, we're hiring. So part of the solution to that is to reduce the number of transports, and that's what we're trying to do. So we're trying to implement an innovation to bring down cost, to bring down congestion, and to add true sustainability, something that really is trackable, and that is to reduce the carbon footprint of the shipping industry.
Thank you, Drew. Sue, basically same question for you. That's then seen from your vantage point. How ready is this industry actually to embrace new technology?
I think I would say we have to be ready, because when we talk, and if I build on the theme of the first panel this morning, we are collecting so much more data, right? So we need to process data, and we have to have the data to have the transparency to see how we can optimize, how we can gather, how are we, what are the new technologies, how are they improving, how are they making us more sustainable. And we can then use this to design and deploy optimized strategies. So when we talk about AI, we talk about IoT, we talk about all of these new technologies, we have to be ready, because we have to evolve, we have to keep up. To one of the questions we had earlier, what's the difference when you look at the, you know, are we replacing everybody with robots? No, we're not, but we are collecting more and more data through sensors, through information, so that we can look at the congestions, we can try and understand what's needed. And with the new technologies that are coming into play, we also need to look at the sustainable solutions, both from the carbon footprint, but also from the sustainable to make our business and the transport and logistics industry make sure that we are doing our bit for the ESG agenda as well.
Yeah. Before I go over to Joe, I actually want to just do a slight follow-up, because I'm curious here.
Yeah.
You said we have to be ready.
Yes.
In that sentence, I'm hearing that we are actually not ready.
I don't think we're as ready as we think we are, because I think we want to be ready, and I think we want to embrace, but I think there's also, when I build on what my colleague from Chalhoub Group said this morning, the infrastructure is not necessarily there right now. So we can conceptualize, and so look at e-vehicles, okay? E-vehicles are amazing, but when you drive down the highway, you see petrol stations. Do we have all of the chargers that are ready to charge the vehicles? Okay, true story, my husband in the UK has an e-vehicle. We upgraded his car because he'd done all this research and it was going to be more cost effective to us. I took my elderly mother to see her friend, which was not what I would never have thought about it before in the previous petrol car. I got to her. I then spent 45 minutes trying to find somewhere to charge the car so that I could actually get home. Whereas previously, I would have gone to a petrol station, I would have filled up with petrol, and I would have been home. And a journey that should have taken me 2 hours took me 6 hours because of the delay in that. So when I say we have to be, I think conceptually, yes, and when I talk about the data, I think it's key. And I talked about our innovation centres, and I see the advancements, I see the sustainable packaging, I see the new concepts that are coming on that are absolutely key to our industry and are very well welcomed. And when we look at what people expect, what's important to millennials when they go into a job, Is it the sustainability, the sustainability agenda of the company? That's another key point to it. But we need to have the infrastructure there that when we are building factories, that we have everything that is there to be able to house all of the new technologies for that automation.
Okay, thank you. Joe, what's your take? Is the industry ready?
Well, let me just point out a couple of things here. One is this industry, and actually the container business, is facing some major challenges. One of them is loss. Second is traceability and trackability. And the third one is availability, because right now, one of the biggest problems we have is there are not enough containers around the world to go around all the shipping lines to be able to use at this time. The question that I have is actually more of a question rather than a comment for Drew. What happens to the current and existing containers as they do exist today? So what would we do with them? Has there been any thoughts to recycle or to redo or regenerate these containers to become a lot more efficient and more, maybe in your concept, more flexible to be able to collapse in such a way? As we know right now, there are millions and millions of containers. In Jabal Ali alone, if we were to actually stack all the containers and put them right behind each other, they actually be able to circle the earth around 6 times as many containers as they have that they do per year. So in that case, what happens to all these containers when we come up with new technology and new ways of reusing those containers, or actually being able to have more innovative solutions to use them?
Well, I'm familiar with that concept because as I drive around in America and you drive by farms, you see container after container on the farm, so they're using them from storage. We've looked at retrofit, and it's a difficult concept for us at this point in time because our collapsible containers are built with panels. We don't have a continuous steel side like you do on conventional containers. So our focus right now is on our existing technology, and we think that we will branch off into other things. For example, high cube, maybe TEU, but for now, our emphasis is on the quality and the durability and the strength of our existing containers. I don't have a solution other than building houses, which is happening in America a lot. I don't know if it's happening here, but that's where we're at.
Thanks, Drew. And actually, kind of a follow-up, and that is basically the fact that we now have the other problem. Another problem for containers, and as they do exist today, there is a major problem that the shipping industry is facing is the container gets lost, disappears. There is no relevant technology, or maybe there is a relevant technology, but it's costly for some shipping lines to use, if it's not using it already, to apply some kind of trackability and traceability to the actual container. Now that is, having said that, you have the additional cost, and that is to bring it back to what it needs to be originally in the first place, as it was lost somewhere in the world around there. So what can we do about that?
Well, again, I can't solve that problem for everybody. In our application, it's critical that we keep track of our containers because, as you may have seen if you've looked at our video, we have a device called the actuator, which is key, which both collapses and expands our containers. So we need a dedicated route. We need to know that our containers are going to end up at the point of discharge. They're going to come back to the point of origin. So we will use a tracking device, GPS devices, to track our containers. And the fact that we have actuators only in certain locations on those dedicated routes mean that our containers don't operate as a collapsible container unless those actuators are there. So there is already an element of control with our containers, because if you take them outside that route, then they're a standard container. There is one aspect that I want to point out with respect to the collapsible container that most people don't intuitively think about, and that is our container collapses and expands in 80 seconds. by using the actuator. So let's do a hypothetical. Let's say that our container originates in Asia, ends up at the Juliet Yard in Chicago, America, and goes back. Probably in a normal scenario, that container is going to make 4 round trips. So if you think about it, it's going to be expanded and collapsed 8 times. 8 times 80 seconds is 640 seconds. That's basically 10 minutes rounding. So for 364 days, 23 hours, and 50 minutes, our container is a standard container. But the impact of those 10 minutes is a reduction of 75% of the repositioning cost of that container, as well as the sustainability issues that we mentioned and the reduction in congestion. So it's essential for us that we track our containers, and we will do that with GPS devices. But again, we already have a built-in control because the container can't get outside that route.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. And before I lapse into more questions, I'm actually going to take a stab also at answering my own question here as well, also seen from the perspective of the container shipping industry. Because I would perhaps be a little controversial here and say, no, we're absolutely not ready. And when I say we, that actually goes both on the carrier side and on the customer side. The industry is perfectly ready for what I would tend to call innovations where you can immediately see the value proposition. Your collapsible containers is for example, an example of that. It's conceptually easy, it's practical, you can see how it works, it's fairly easy to build up a business model. When we get to some of the more innovative elements that involves data, that's where the problem arises. Again, let's take a practical example. You're putting trackers on your containers. This is something that's coming rapidly. Hapag-Lloyd and ONE is going to equip all of their dry containers. The other carriers will basically be forced to follow suit. So in a couple of years, most dry containers are likely going to have live trackers. That is going to give us a tsunami of data. But then the question arises, are we ready to use that data? That's where I would say no, absolutely not. The carriers still don't have the back-end systems infrastructure to even use that data internally. You can make a lot of cases for this. They can improve their repositioning, and that is great, but they're not quite ready. But even worse on the customer side. What are customers going to use real-time tracking data for? It's nice to have, but most of them have no idea how is this going to link into their decision-making process. And that links over to part of what Sue has actually been addressing here earlier today. How do you handle all the exceptions? Because getting a tsunami of data saying, well, your container's on track, nobody cares. That's for the computer to handle. When you do care, that's when the tracker suddenly says, hang on, something went wrong. That's great, but what are you going to do about it? And that's where I see the industry is not ready. We don't have the data standards in place to seamlessly share this data, and we don't have the tools of visualizing this data to the decision makers in finding out how do we actually do something. So in terms of being ready for technological innovation over on the container shipping side, I don't see technology as the issue. We've got plenty of fantastic technological innovations. The problem is on the business process side. How do you use them on both the customer and the service provider side? That I see as the largest problem facing us, not necessarily the technology in itself.
And I'd just like to build on that actually, when you talk about the data from the shipping lines. So we know one of the key things, and when we update with our system, we provide live updates for customers. So we have DHLi, which is an integrated system, you can make bookings, and then you see the updates of your shipments. But historically, those ETAs would be updated manually. So you'd get the bill of lading, you'd put your timestamp in, you'd get the actual time of departure, you'd put your timestamp in, you'd get your ETA, and it was an ETA. But when you look at the reliability of schedules, when you look at the changes to schedules, it's not always as reliable. So what we did, we had an automatic ETA forecasting, which basically is using AI and data analytics, but that then has shown a 48% improvement in the actual ETA forecasting than the data that was just being taken on its own from scheduling or from shipping lines. So exactly to your point, we have the data, we have the technology to collate the data. It's what we do with it, how we process it, and how we actually then feed that back to customers to give the visibility. And also, if you do have an exception, something's going wrong, is there a flag there that's going to say, okay, it's gone wrong, but what are we doing to fix it? And I think that's where, when I say we have to be, because we have to move forward, but everybody needs to be on the same page to drive it forward.
Yeah. No, and I actually think it is a wonderful example, because very often when, for example, AI is discussed, it's discussed at an extremely high level conceptually, what might AI do. Having an ETA prediction algorithm that is more accurate, that allows for practical decisions. When do I schedule my pickup? What should I actually do? This links in to tangible decisions. And that's also what I see as kind of a tipping point also in this industry, that these examples are now beginning to show up, that there is something practical. It's a change from, that was actually a different conference on the smart ports a few years ago, and it's one thing that's always stuck in my mind, because the keynote speaker that came at that smart port conference was actually Robert Yildirim of the Yildirim Group. I mean, this guy has lots of terminals around the world. The conference focus was the use of AI in terminals. He starts off his keynote saying, I don't want to buy AI, which of course was an interesting way to start it, and followed it up with, but what I do want is to buy systems or tools that solves my problems. So what I see here is also a beginning change where we start to talk about practical applications rather than theory. That shows us the technology is there, it's mature, it can be used. Then it is just a matter of the take-up. So the question is, and I'm going to lob it over to your side there, Joe, do you agree that we are beginning to see the take-up of some of these tools, or is there still something blocking us?
You know, you both said it very well. First of all, do we have the infrastructure to actually be able to utilize these tools? Do we have the know-how and the knowledge of the people who actually are going to be able to utilize these tools and make them run for us? Now, the one thing that I find very, very, very interesting is that many of us do talk about it and do actually love to use these buzzwords, AI, Internet of Things, IoTs, Industry 4.0, or whatever, all of these buzzwords. I mean, one of my favorite for many, many, many years was people talking about blockchain, but nobody knew what the hell it was. People just heard it. It was really nice. Today we're talking about AI, and we're talking about ways of actually utilizing the latest technologies, the latest innovation into our business, but we really, really have no clue how to apply it. Earlier, we had similar situation, and Dr. Hassan had asked a question, a very interesting question, is about how to actually utilize technology to do what he needs done best actually. And Vasi Khan from ex-Emirates came up to me and he said, you know what, Joe, you should have asked the right question. You should have asked, what is the problem that he's having? And honestly, he's right. One of the things that we really don't really pay attention to most of the time is look at the source of the issue. But instead we look at, oh, you know, AI sounds really good. I think we would just apply AI. Or, you know what, the drones are a really great solution because, you know, everybody in the US is using it. Amazon is using it to deliver some stuff. DHL has actually introduced it a while back, and everyone else is trying to jump on the bandwagon here. Yes, Genflat containers came up with a great solution. But is the world ready for this solution? It's going to take a lot of work from this team to make this a real concept that would actually be a revolution throughout the container industry. Do we have the technology? Yes, we do. And does it exist today? Do we have the infrastructure to apply this technology? No, we don't. And unfortunately, earlier I mentioned trackability and traceability, and I should have really shot my foot for saying something like that, because really, what does that mean? And Lars made it very clear and very beautifully said. The fact is, yes, we have the technology, but nobody can read it. Nobody knows anything about it. So if one part of the supply chain is not ready and is not ready and can actually do the task that is required to complete the entire supply chain, that's your weakest link. You're done. There's nothing you can do about it. That's my take.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Drew, you look like you had a comment there?
Yeah, well, I was in my CPA firm, and it might have been 1982, and a client of mine and a friend, Rick Bowden, came in, and he had a gray device. It was looked like a rabbit ear, and I said, "Rick, what's that?" And he said, "That's my mobile phone." And I said, "Mobile phone? What are you in the world are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, here, I have these buttons, and I press this, and I can call when I'm in my car or anywhere." And I said, "Rick, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard of in my life." I said, "I don't even like that phone that's on my desk. Why would I want somebody to be able to get a hold of me when I'm not in my office? And now I dare you to walk through an airport without looking and seeing everybody do all of this." So that's how wrong I was. It was called back then a mobile phone, not a cell phone. So I think we'll be surprised in the future, just as I was surprised to see the growth of that industry with the technologies that we'll be dealing with in 4 or 5 years from now. I'll be surprised, because necessity is the mother of innovation, and you mentioned the problem about containers. If that empty container is sitting someplace in inland, and you're trying to bring that container back, all you're doing is shipping air. And so maybe you don't ship that container back because it doesn't justify the cost. Our solution is we collapse it. Now it's a more valuable container because I can bring it back for 25% of the cost that would normally take. So bottom line will drive it. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. I've been an entrepreneur all my life, and I enjoy the challenge.
Thank you, Drew. I'm just going to add one more comment on that one as well, because we've already talked about it here and say that the technology is already there. Of course it is. It's been here basically for decades. For me, a guiding principle is always, if something is really brand spanking new technology, then it's not ready for prime time. Then it's not ready for large global applications yet. There is a maturity process from the point where technology works in principle and in small pilot projects until it's truly ready for prime time. Again, let's use AI as an example. In my deep and dark past, before I joined the shipping company, I was in an oil and gas company. This was the late 1990s. What did we do there? I was part of a team, we were programming AI. And there was a lot of talk about what is AI going to be able to accomplish. Did AI get to that point? Absolutely, yes, it did. But not back then, not 20 years ago, because it worked in a lab, it worked in concept, but it was not ready for prime time. That's where we are now. That's why we're beginning to see this breakthrough of AI. It has matured. And to Joe's point, when people were talking about blockchain a few years ago, the challenge I had with that at the time was, it's too early. It's not ready for prime time. 20 years from now, that might very well be the case, but we're not there yet. So when we talk about this technological uptake, we have to distinguish between, is this truly ready for prime time? If you look at it and say, it's a technology, it's known, it's been around for, I wouldn't be stuck on whether it's 20 years or 10 years, that's the right one, but has it been around for a reasonable amount of time, then yes, it's probably mature. If it's something completely new that the engineers love, then it's not ready for prime time just yet. Because at the end of the day, this is not about making the engineers happy, they're happy building new stuff, but it's about, is there a commercial business case? I was hogging a lot of time there, and we still have 12 minutes before lunch, so I'm going to head it over and say, do we have any questions from the audience? Yes. Do we have a microphone for the front table? Yes, there is a microphone coming.
Hi, I'm Vasi from Dangerous Goods Management. My question is to Drew. Drew, the question is that the tower weight of the GenFlat container is around 5,300, which is a 40-foot container. And today you have the 40-foot container, which is around 3,750. You're looking at a tower weight difference of approximately 1,300 kilos fine, the payload can go up to 25 tons or up to 30 tons. How do you justify that in terms of who takes care of that extra weight which is on the gen flat container? That's the first question.
Go ahead.
And the second question is, across all ports, I've been in the 3PL business, I've been in the air freight cargo industry for past 33 years, and the infrastructure required in ports in case this collapsible container, either at a 3PL logistics center or at any facility, has a technical issue in terms of whilst collapsing or whilst coming up in its form, what sort of support is available today in all the major ports?
Well, I'll answer the second question first, and that is, I have believed, for example, the first Microsoft office was about from here to the end of the hall from my office building in Bellevue, Washington. And when Bill Gates came out with Windows 1, in hindsight, it was a pretty inferior product. So you had Windows 2, you had Windows 3, you had Windows 4. My theory in the collapsible container is we don't have that luxury. Our initial container has to be the gold standard. It has to be absolutely perfect. It has to work perfect. It can't have any flaws. And so we spent a significant time with the engineering to make sure that our containers were durable. And when we built the containers, we went them up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down in China 48 times, which if you think about it is about 6 or 8 years of usage. Then we shipped those containers to Long Beach. We did the same thing. So quality is critical, and we believe we have built the gold standard for collapsible containers, and it operates with standard top handling equipment at the port, so the port doesn't need any additional mechanisms. And we plan to have actuators at the ports in addition to inland and origin. According to my math, the tare weight of empty 40-foot container is about 3,700 kilograms. Ours is 5,150, so it's about a 39% increase in weight. We built our containers so they're actually stronger than a standard container. So in terms of the cargo that our shipping container is adequate for, there may be heavy materials for which it isn't. And that's fine. Because if we are in a position to capture 10 or 12 or 15% of the marketplace with our containers, we'll be thrilled. We'd like to get more, but that's where we are right now.
Who absorbs the 1,300 kilo weight difference on the liner or the agent
I'm sorry.
or the shipper?
I can't.
The 1,300 kilograms tar weight difference, which is per container.
Right.
That's 1.3 tons. Who pays for it? The shipper? When he chooses to use a gen flat container and he puts the payload of approximately, say, 30 tons, hypothetically, he puts in 30 tons, and then you have a gross weight, which is for the transportation plan, for the bill of lading, so that has to be paid. So the shipper is paying that extra 1,300. He has a choice that he can use the TEU or a 40-foot container, which is 1,300 kilograms lighter. And so what happens?
Well, our analysis, whatever the net difference in the transportation of the weight cost versus, for example, rail, if you have 8 containers stacked in an empty rail car, as opposed to 2 containers, you're being charged on a per rail car basis. So you have to net all the costs, including empty container storage at a port, versus getting that containers through the process more efficiently. So all those costs will have to be taken into consideration, and we have a model for let's say, for example, you looked at a situation and saying, we'd like to try 100 containers on a particular route. we'd like to order GenFlat containers as opposed to a standard container. We have an algorithm. Basically, you tell us what your costs are, what every aspect of the cost are, and we'll do the calculations and tell you whether GenFlat's going to save you money or not.
Okay.
And it won't in every situation.
Okay, because it still doesn't answer my question. The 1,300 kilograms, who pays for it? The shipper, or would it be GenFlat? Because the transportation
GenFlat's not paying for it.
On a shipping line.
Yeah, the shipper pays for it.
The shipper pays
Yes.
for that 1,300
We're not paying
kilos.
for it. Yeah.
Okay.
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 All right, thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think I'll cut you. We have lunch break in a second, but what I want to do before we get to that point, I know Sue has another engagement, so I'm going to ask you, Sue, if you got any final comments before you have to leave us.
No, I'm all good.
You're
Thank
good?
you very much.
All right, excellent. I actually want to pick up on a comment that was more inspired by the exchange here, because whenever we look at new technologies or new things we want to bring into the industry, there will always be concern. There will always be something will not work or something might break. That will always be a concern with new innovations. But we have to then also keep in mind that what we have now is not flawless. I mean, there are definitely, you asked the question basically, what happens if I understood it correctly, what if a GenFlat container halfway collapses in a port? I'm not saying that it will, but yeah, I could see the problem. But what about the existing containers? I mean, we had last year alone, 661 containers went overboard on ships. It's not unknown to see stack collapse of existing containers. So when we are evaluating the potential of any type of new technology, we have to keep in mind we shouldn't compare them against a flawless world, because the world is not flawless. That is already prone with other problems. So it's a matter of, do we get to a state that is better than where we came from? At least that's how I always think also about new technology. Same thing with the AI. Will the AI accurately predict the ETA? No. And I would venture a guess here, Sue, that if you tell a customer, we have an AI, this is fantastic, vessel will arrive Tuesday at 7, and it doesn't, then there is a thing to say, okay, we shouldn't have used the AI because they got it wrong, forgetting the reality that in the past, you would have been even more wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's easy to blame the technology for the mistakes and forgetting that the amount of mistakes might actually have gotten lower.
Yeah. Because it's all relevant, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. All right. There will be time for one final question here before we lapse in. Yes?
Lars, I agree with you that while technologically these collapsible containers seem a step forward, commercially we also have to consider the implications. Right now we do have flat rack containers, which are similar to collapsible in the sense we can collapse the flat rack, and when we backload the empties on our ship, generally we bundle these flat racks together, maybe 4 at a time, then you put a wire sling and then lift it and place it on the ship to save space on the vessel. However, the terminal still charges us 4 terminal handling charges, THCs, for 4, even though it's a single lift for the terminal, lifted with the gantry with 1 lift, but since the container numbers are individual, they are separate, the port bills us 4 handling charges. So likewise in these collapsible containers, eventually we will not save cost in handling. Probably there will be some space saving on the vessel. So commercially it doesn't make that much difference. And the other comment I would say is that you need a right type of vessel for handling these containers. See, I can elaborate on that. Suppose our average ship size coming to Middle East is 15,000 TEUs now. If, let's hypothetically say all containers are collapsible containers, that means 100 collapsible containers coming in, and when you're loading, you're going to compress 4 at a time, which would mean about 25% of the vessel capacity is going to be used on the outward leg. 75% dead weight is going unutilized in that case. So that ship would be too large to handle these kind of containers. So there must be a right-sized ship in which this would make sense. Probably in smaller coastal operations, this would be very beneficial.
Is he asked a question because I had a hard time understanding what?
No, I mean, I would tend to see that more as a comment, right? And your concern is about, will the world ever be taken over, for example, completely by collapsible containers? Now, I'm not going to put words in your words, in your mouth, Drew. My take would be, we're going to have multiple different types out there. Collapsibles are likely going to be part of the portfolio at some point in the future as well. Just as we're not using solely just normal containers or high cubes, We don't have just have 20s, we also have 40s. This is part of why the supply chain is growing increasingly complex, because we've got more and more tools that fit specific niches in the market. And then that brings us full circle. Do we have the capability of keeping track of where all this stuff is and managing which equipment do we use with which customers and when and where should they go to? That's part of the challenge in the industry. I don't see, and that's broadening it out just from the collapsible containers, but for any kind of innovation, I have a hard time seeing an innovation that will come in and completely capture the entire market, because the market is so fantastically fragmented. There are so many different needs, both on the side of the service providers and on the customers. I see a world that becomes more complex and fragmented and not more uniform. With that, we are coming up on lunch, but I think, James, are you itching for a comment?
Just with your permission, very quickly, and this one's directed for you, Lars. You talked about, well, several of the panels mentioned how the pandemic proved to be very profitable for particular sort of verticals, in particular the shipping lines, and I've got a gentleman sitting right here next to me, so this is not directed at him. But if, let's say, the 2 years proved to be so profitable in comparison to the previous 20 years, I don't think that's sort of outrageous. I think it's pretty fair, that comment. All of that profit, where do you think, personally, it should be invested? Which key areas would you sort of give us in terms of, you know, where that money should be put back into the industry for growth in the future? Thank you.
No, before I answer that one, I would first say thank you very much to Sue, because I know you have a tight deadline. You have to leave us here, so you don't have to hear me waxing on about James's question. So thank you very much, Sue.
Appreciate it.
No, and back to your question, James. Yeah, the carriers made a windfall. They were more profitable the last 2 years than in the entire history of container shipping put together. That's basically the magnitude we are talking about. The challenge here is not to spend it all at once, so to speak, because there are plenty of things the carriers will need to invest in going forward, not just on the digital side. It's also in terms of the whole decarbonization trend. It's in terms of, well, some of them have larger logistics aspirations. They got plenty of things to use the money on. The challenge is not to blow it all at once, because you're not going to be able to do that. Secondly, some of the transformation we're going to see in the industry, doesn't matter how much money you have, you can't accelerate it. Let's look at something we haven't looked at, the decarbonization. At the end of the day, we're going to have to make green ships for the entire container fleet. Then we're talking 5,500 ships. Doesn't matter how much money you have, you can't build them in the next year or two. This physically is going to be a process that takes the better part of 20 years minimum. Doesn't matter how much we would like to see this accelerated, because keep in mind, on top of the 5,500 container vessels, you've got tankers and bulkers and everything else. So in reality, you're talking 80 to 100,000 vessels. This is going to take 20 years plus in a best case scenario. So the challenge is not so much finding things you want to spend the money on, it's being patient, because you know you're going to need that money down the line. How do you then retain the value of that so it doesn't dwindle away until you get to that point? So whilst there is a huge cover where you say you could go out and invest in every conceivable new innovation under the sun tomorrow, that would probably also be the wrong thing. It's about looking at what can I invest in now that is ready for prime time, that actually enhances my business in the short term. All right? Drew, any final comments from you?
No. Well, yeah, maybe yes. In answer to, I had a hard time hearing your questions, and so I apologize for that. But at the end of the day, we have to prove ourselves by, our impact has to be to reduce costs. And if we're not successful in doing that, we won't be successful. I'm very confident that we will be. And then the other issues of sustainability are on our side. So we're optimistic. We know it'll be a challenge, it'll be a lot of hard work, but we're not shying away from that. Looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah. Joe, any final words from you?
Just one, actually. I really like this session, to be honest with you, although it's not my real experience. I'm in the air cargo business. But what I would like to see is a similar conference that would actually take on this challenge and focus only on maritime logistics, containers, shipping lines, and all of that. So basically looking at it from that side of the business and tackling this on and to see what the world is really going to look like in the next real near future. And should this be another conference? I'm not sure, but it's just something that would actually take this beyond. And James, here's a challenge for you. Maybe you need to tackle this on your own. Thank you. Maybe this is a TLME challenge, so we'll leave it to that.
All right, thank you, Joe. And with that, it's time for the lunch break. We have an hour, so we'll be starting back here at 1:15. The happy news is we are back on track in terms of timing. And please join me in thanking the rest of our panel here, Drew and Joe.
You're a regular member of the panel.
Yes, I guess it seems like I'm a permanent fixture.
Yeah, permanent panel.
think it's about time to get started here after lunch. Sam, if you can do me a favor just to see if there are any last ones out there. But if I could ask the panelists for our next session here on air cargo to please join me up here at the podium. So Fabio, Robert, Mark, Madsen, and Hassan. Not to my knowledge, but I might be wrong. All right. Could we also have Robert, Mark, Madsen, and Hassan for the air cargo session up here, please? They should be. Here's Robert.
Sorry. Hi, Robert. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Thanks for letting me join. See you up here. Questions? Yeah, exactly.
I was waiting for the name. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Lars.
Hey, how are you? Good, yourself? All right. So before we lapse in to talk about air freight, we'll do the same as with the other panels first. I'll ask our panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe, Robert, we already heard from you, but Fabio, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so this is live, huh? Okay. Hello. Good
Hassan.
afternoon.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
can track him down.
Otherwise, we keep talking till
Yeah,
he shows up. Yeah.
While you're chasing him down, Sam, we'll just get the introductions in place.
Okay. So pleasure meeting you. I'm Fabio Weiss. I'm heading up the air freight product at DHL Global Forwarding for Middle East Africa, based here in Dubai. So been in the industry, air freight industry, for the last 22 years. Originally from Switzerland, but now, as I mentioned, based here in this beautiful country and region. So thanks for having me.
My name is Mazen Al-Homsi. I work with a company called Digital Consultancy. We provide cargo and logistics consultancies to different types of stakeholders, government and non-government, freight forwarders, small airlines. We provide them with anything to do with consultancies on cargo, logistics, how to do their businesses, how to create vision, mission, how to do account management, and things like that. Before this, I was working with the International Air Transport Association, based here in the UAE for about 14 years, looking after implementing a number of initiatives like e-cargo, CDD, CIV certifications, and a lot more initiatives and products. Before that, I was working with Etihad Airways, head office, and before with Emirates Airlines. So mostly with airlines and an association, which is IATA. So that's what I have been doing during the past 30 years here in UAE.
Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Oh, it's okay.
Yes, apologies, I had an urgent call. Hassan Jamaluddin, Director of Supply Chain, Newbridge Pharmaceuticals. Been in the industry for the past 25 years. Started with multinationals like MSD and Schering Plough. Handled the MENA region, with North Africa, including Saudi Arabia. I've been with Newbridge for the past 11 years, started from scratch. We established a business of $150 million. And we have 5 distribution hubs globally. We work with key forwarders and distribution companies worldwide. And we are pleased to, I'm pleased to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you all, gentlemen, for taking the time to come here. Now, before we delve into some of the questions we already have lined up, I hope you will indulge me in a different question to start with. That's more inspired from what we also talked about here this morning. So I want to also ask you the question, take it as a warm-up. Are we back to normal when it comes to air freight? We talked a lot of the maritime business and part of the supply chain before lunch, but seen from the air freight perspective, are we back to normal? Has normal changed? Where are we in terms of air cargo? Fabio, you want to hit us off?
I think first of all, air freight is never normal. It's always very special, at least for me. So now I think when you refer to the market environment, we have definitely seen that post-pandemic, we see more closely a trend to where we were pre-pandemic, right? So I think people tend to forget very quickly how it was in 2019 or 2018. It was a bit of a struggle. I think the economies were slow. There was a bit of overcapacity in the market. You know, a lot of freighter airlines were struggling before the golden 2 or 3 years came along, and everyone all of a sudden thought again it's a great opportunity to operate freighter aircrafts, right, of any type. So I think what we see now is really that people who have invested in those aircrafts during that lucrative times over the last 2-3 years are probably struggling a little bit, and the markets in general are relatively slow. So I think the warehouses, distribution centers are quite full, but maybe we can hear from a pharma expert himself. But I think, so what we see, there is an overcapacity. Yes, we are a little bit more back to normal than what we experienced before, I would say, yeah. But the challenge is still the same, you know, is how is your supply chain, the global challenges are there to make sure that you get your goods in time. Sustainability, I think a topic we're going to talk about, is top of the agenda again for many, many people. So unfortunately, I think we lost some time there during the pandemic. But yeah, it's not just because a pandemic happened, everything has changed. So I would say, yeah, we're closer back to where we were before the pandemic, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Robert? You get the same question twice in the same day.
Yeah, let's see if I can keep my answer consistent, though, from this morning. What did I say this morning? Okay, so I'll look at this from a different perspective. Let's look at this from an airport operator perspective. What are we seeing that's different or changing? And are we going to get back to the norm? So, first of all, it's becoming more and more difficult to attract new carriers. There's a limited fleet capacity in the market. Particularly if you look at fleet configurations, and this is kind of moving towards sustainability, narrow bodies are becoming more attractive, but less attractive from a cargo perspective. So if you're a passenger cargo operator, then you're looking very close at the yield and operating cost of a wide body versus narrow body, and that's starting to have an impact on the cargo capacity from a PAX flight. So that's one of the things that when we talk about the new norm, the demobilization of less economical wide bodies is taking a long time to come back on stream. The priority is more towards the narrow bodies, which really doesn't help us with the capacity. So in a nutshell, when we're talking to airlines about new route development using the UAE as a hub, then we're quite often hearing, yeah, we're interested, but right now our route is mapped to the existing fleet. We need to mobilize more pilots, we need to mobilize the different types of aircraft, and we have sustainability challenges, all of which prevent us from kind of repositioning into a regional airport. So, you know, take away the operator and the fluctuation of the rates, there's a different kind of dynamic going on here where the airlines there's demand to mobilize a fleet, but the economics of mobilizing a fleet which has been mothballed for 2 to 3 years, knowing it's got a limited shelf life, are very challenging.
Thank you. Madsen, what do you think? Are we back to normal?
Okay,
Did normal ever even exist?
Let me expand a little bit on this. In terms of consultancy, I think we're doing okay, but I think you're more worried about in general. Now, in general, air cargo has been doing well even during the pandemic, as you all know, compared to the passenger side, where they went down to maybe, I don't know, 10%, 20%. Air cargo was doing great compared to the situation of all other businesses. Now we're gradually starting to get back on track. We're not fully back yet. Again, depends on what the norm is, where you want to compare yourself, or with which year you want to compare yourself. Prior to the pandemic, during, you know, a little bit after. So we're heading towards coming back, hopefully, to maybe 100% or even exceed 100% compared to prior the pandemic. I think nowadays we have a lot of capacity. In general, we have noticed that rates have been dropped by a number of airlines, so this is good for the market, of course, but maybe not very good for the airlines. But I think in general we're almost back to how it was before. Now we need to come up with new ideas, new ways on how to actually advance our type of business. Because to tell you the truth, from my point of view, even when I was with IATA, we thought or we think that air cargo has been almost the same for years and years. So we need to actually have a revolution to actually, you know, go beyond what's happening currently. You know, new ideas and new things. I don't know. I mean, you guys can come up with ideas or projects that maybe we all need to work on to actually, you know, bring air cargo to the next generation, hopefully. So I hope you will all join us in actually coming up with ideas and ways to enhance air cargo. This is from my point of view and from the point of view when I was with IATA, this is what we thought. And I thought maybe I could share that with you. Some of you may think that there are enough projects or initiatives in the market, which of course we respect that, but we need to have more, definitely.
Thank you.
It's not a good idea to be the last one because it makes it difficult to find answers. Okay. So, okay. Now I'm very happy that I'm part of this discussion. Probably I can, here I can see all the links clearer. I can tell you what has happened during COVID at the different parts of the chain from my perspective, because I deal with all of them, and I can say now, including what the gentlemen have just said, which is very true. So during COVID, it was difficult for a factory to operate 24/7 like before. Workers were doing shifts. So if I want something from a UK factory, it used to take double the time because there are no workers. Finding flights that come to certain routes, whether talking to Africa or about the Middle East, was challenging, and I had to wait more. Your customers that are here, you know, the hospitals and the ministries that were importing the medicine, they were not available full-time even to approve shipments, and in many cases they were reacting rapidly on demand. they were scared of running out of stock of everything. So they were ordering everything. Yeah, we were talking about Corona, but the demand was more than medicines for Corona. It was for everything. They were expecting the worst, and that's good. This what flared the supply, the logistics industry probably, that, you know, boom, and let us meet this demand. So at the moment, what I can see is that, yes, production is more into place. It's not because the people who were there are back, because many of the people who left the industry, they didn't go back to that industry. They are in different industries. But automation has taken place in production, so I don't see a lag in production. We can see that production is back to normal. In the middle layer, where the freight forwarding and airlines are and shipping lines are available, I see that I'm still facing problems. And if I don't face issues, it's easy to get an issue. So let us say there is the strike that happened in France. All of a sudden, we had to move shipping from CDG, Charles de Gaulle, into Antwerp. And so things are easily now into a turbulence mode. So I believe airlines and shipping lines are doing their best to manage the situation, but it is easy to distract it. So this is where I believe the most burden is on them. And but it is coming back like 80% to normal, we can say. Alternatives are there. And the last part, which is the demand, which is the markets, I believe it is stable now. They have solid processes in place, and many countries, they have established emergency response teams to handle such crisis. So this is in a nutshell of how it looks like.
Thank you. And you say that tees us up nicely for the discussion we're then going to have, because maybe paraphrasing what all four of you have said, to some degree we are back to elements of normal. The market is coming back. There's investments being made to also handle more air freight going forward. But that, of course, also tees us up with what I think is one of the key questions here. How are we going to balance increased growth in air cargo with the need to have more sustainable supply chains? And maybe to add one more on that, the sustainability is partly, you can say, driven by potentially customers, or maybe that's part of the question. Is it genuinely? Do customers actually act the way when they buy supply chain solutions with what their environmental departments are saying out to the press? That might be somewhat dubious. But the added one to that, is the air cargo industry geared to handle some of the political decision-making processes? Because we shouldn't discount those ones. I mean, just as an example, what was it this week or last week, where France announced they are going to ban all domestic flights if it's in places where you can travel on a train for less than 2.5 hours, which will have a ripple effect, I presume, into air cargo, for example. That's just an example of how there might be political decision-making that impacts how the air cargo industry is set up. That was a phenomenally long and convoluted question. So in case all of you got confused, how can we handle growth and sustainability at the same time?
Maybe if we can go back then this way. So I will be the first. It doesn't leave too much burden on me. Yes, at the moment, this sustainability concept, which I believe, you know, okay, being in the industry, probably as an average user, average person in the industry, I started to hear about it like 2 years ago, not before that. Even though the concept is older, but it was not that shiny and it was not that attractive. Now, many people got involved in it, and yes, as an end user, if you tell me I have the same rate or nearly similar rates for a flight to take my shipment from London to Dubai through two different airlines. One of them is more into sustainable procedures and mentality, and one of them is not. I prefer to pay slightly little extra to go into the sustainable one, because I believe that it improves, first of all, my image with my stakeholders, with my partners. It improves my image within the society, and it helps me feel that I am one of the, let us say, leaders into this eco-friendly and society-friendly mindset. You know, we are into a business where we are, let's say, from my end, I'm into pharmaceuticals. So if we do not look for something that promotes our product, which is actually health, if I'm not into that mentality, I should not be into this business. You know? So yes, we feel happy to adopt and partner with any business that is eco-friendly, that is into sustainability, definitely within a reasonable cost, because I can explain like 5-10% increase into my expenses, but I cannot explain like 50%. You know, we all work with budgets. It's not like I'm here, I'm having my own unlimited wealth that I can spend. We have budgets. We can explain little jumps that we can contribute to social participation, but I cannot explain more. So I believe with time, it will take time, but with time, this will be the trend.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad these words came out from somebody who's in pharma, because as you know, to have a clean atmosphere, that means selling less medicine. So anyway, I would split things into maybe three parts. One is the air, one is the ground, and one is the government. So in the air, we need to have airlines to invest actually in, let's call it fuel-efficient aircrafts. So we need to push airlines to convert their aircrafts, or to buy aircrafts that are eco-friendly or fuel-efficient aircrafts. And this would help, of course, would help us to actually become, as he said, more healthy and better atmosphere for us. Exactly. Number two, we need to, or airlines need to encourage those fuel suppliers to actually make more of those biofuel. And in order for them to encourage them to make that, they need to use it, because as you know, there is demand and supply and demand. If there is no demand, there is no supply. So airlines need to start using that fuel so that the suppliers can actually make more of it, which will make our life healthier. Three is airlines need to actually use latest technology, especially in route planning, and do it efficiently, because when they do the route planning efficiently, they should look at direct flights. They should fill the capacity of the aircraft, and that will actually make less trips and direct flights from origin to destinations, which will decrease the emissions, of course, that is going out of those aircraft. Then on the ground, we need the ground handling agents to actually modernize their infrastructure, implement facilities, implement efficient cargo handling systems to make sure that they are eco-friendly on the ground also. Ground handling agents also need to maximize the loading, which means the more you load an aircraft, the less you need more flights to carry those cargo from place to place. Number three, they need to encourage and promote the usage of sustainable and eco-friendly packaging. They can actually provide some kind of incentive to their customers who use such packaging, which will, of course, be beneficial for our environment. Number three is the government. governments need to also incentivize those airlines or those ground handling agents who are actually following those concepts. They can either set rules and regulations to implement those, to make sure that airlines are using biofuel, or they can incentivize. So for example, if, as you know, aircraft, when they land into a country, they have to pay landing and overflying and things like that. So they can actually provide incentives for those parties that follow these biofuel or eco-friendly environments. And after all, we need coordination between all the parties, because with coordination, with sharing information between themselves, that will make the journey a lot shorter than it should take. So this is what I have in mind in terms of...
Thank you. And Robert, it sounded like ground handling was a hint at you.
Yeah, so thank you for my two colleagues. Didn't leave me much room to maneuver here, so I'll try my best anyway. Growth and sustainability can coexist. So if you look at from an airport perspective, and I'll talk about Abu Dhabi airports in particular, we're investing in a 60,000 square metre cargo facility. Much of that investment is in the sustainability area on how do we make this a very large cargo hub with all of the technology built into it, so it produces less of a carbon footprint. It handles product in a more efficient manner through the airport. So the investment shows the growth is supported by the growth that we foresee. We foresee significant growth in this industry, and we see the Middle East and UAE in particular playing a large role in that. As far as sustainability goes, I totally agree in terms of modernising the way that we handle cargo on the ground. You know, the use of carbon-friendly vehicles, the use of equipment, the use of technology, build all that into the budget, start to mobilise up, but it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time for us to switch to that. The bigger opportunity for us as an industry is to load balance, is to make sure that we use all of the cargo data available to us from a sourcing demand-supply basis to ensure optimal load balancing on the outbound and the inbound routes. So these are the areas where we can really make a difference in terms of the tonnage moved for the carbon footprint created. And they're the areas where I think on the ground we can put the investments in technology to support the growth. But in the air, it's about the planning, and that doesn't sit with the airlines alone. That also sits with procurement, it sits with the suppliers, and it sits with us. When we make a conscious decision to move something air freight, then we need to be able to justify that to ourselves, that in that decision we've factored in the opportunity for that carbon footprint we've created to be offset by the return load.
Thank you. Fabio?
Yeah, Robert, I think, and also to your rescue here a little bit, you know, I think when at DHL, obviously, we have a very ambitious target to zero emission by 2050 across our entire business. So, and we had a very good corporate conference in Hamburg. You know, a lot of people going there, flying in from around the world. A lot of CO2 footprint, which the management made sure we offset it, right, in one way or another. But I think then during the meeting, there was our departing group CEO made a very passionate speech. You know, I gave a very passionate speech, and he was talking about we have to make sure that customers feel guilty for not using a sustainable solution, right? And I think that's that said, also then he mentioned another number which was mind-blowing to me, was that of our footprint, I think it was 70% came actually from our aviation fleet. So a very, very big chunk of the emissions we generate is actually from planes flying around. So we cannot stop that, right? Because when you stop flying around, moving cargo, you stop doing trade, which in turn, you know, has an impact on the economy. So people not getting wealthier, not getting healthier around the world. So it's all connected, and I think it's very important to, this is not, as was already mentioned by Robert, it's not a ground handler or an airline's job to just give an emission-free solution to everyone for free, right? That's not going to happen. So I think it takes a lot of collaboration between all of us, including end consumers. We know in Europe people are gluing themselves to the streets, blocking traffic, stuff like this, right? I'm not sure that's very efficient, but it creates noise, it creates awareness, it creates consumers to be looking out for this kind. Is what I'm doing, is it actually sustainable? So I think the next generation is there, they're pushing for it, and that's a good sign. So it seems to be there is an appetite. Now I think we all need together, you know, be it consumer, be it shipper, be it importers, be it airlines, ground handlers, freight forwarders, we need to make sure that we work together to create solutions that are sustainable in a way financially, but also economically and ecological. So there is two ways which I think we can do that, and one of them is offsetting the emissions we generate, you know, which is kind of, I pay, and then someone else will take care of the problem that I created. But I think the bigger opportunity we see at DHL is actually the insetting of the emission. So look at your own way of doing business, of ways to reduce the carbon footprint that we generate through our activities. And back to that the conference we had in Hamburg, you know, then I had a discussion with some of our aviation colleagues, and there were simple things like the aircraft's taxiing. Using one engine saved a significant amount of emission they create during that operation. Some simple things like this, which I was never aware of. But I think these insetting opportunities are there. They're not yet tapped in really, because the mindset, I think, still in our industry across all parties is still a little bit, let's calculate the emission, then we pay for someone else to get rid of it, right? That's not going to work. It doesn't matter if the emission is the planes taking off in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Johannesburg, or in Paris. It's one atmosphere where this, the emissions are being generated in. So I think the insetting, everyone looking at their own supply chain, and then I think as well with the authorities, politicians, you know, is it enough to give a customer an option to click the button, yes, I want to be sustainable? I don't think so, right? Like you mentioned, Hassan, we have all budgets that we need to achieve, so I think there needs to be radical political pressure that to incentivize actually people doing the right thing and having that higher cost or not, or penalize when you don't. So there's a lot of things to be done, but I think the one thing that's clear, it cannot be done by only an airline, it cannot be done by just DHL or a ground handler or a pharma company, right? So it's not going to happen. So it needs a really strong collaborative approach, I think.
Thank you. Then I'm actually going to grab hold of especially what you were mentioning there, because what we want to lapse into is the question framing overall is whether clean is realistic. But let me try to put that into a slightly different context here, because you were mentioning, you used the word, you might want to see radical political intervention. I think that was roughly what you were saying.
Yes.
And the intention was obviously to push the consumers to want to pay what it costs, that kind of element. The risk here is you could equally well then see a political intervention saying, that's great, we're just going to ban air freight. Then you're just going to have to wait for your goods. Politically, that decision could be made. It would certainly have a number of negative ramifications if that was made. But if you're looking at it extremely narrowly through just the sustainability, that could certainly be done. And that's a long convoluted way back to when we say clean, when is it realistic? We come back to timing, and several of you mentioned the time, and you have a target of 2050, for example. There are some very large shippers out there who have targets saying they want their supply chain to be green by 2029. So when we say is clean realistic, is it realistic within the time frames that either some customers or the political pressure they have out there, where do you see air cargo is there? Is there a risk that air cargo is going to be pressured more than what realistically can be done, and then something eventually will break?
Do you want me to defend myself?
No, it's not a matter of defending.
No, but I think so it's banning the air freight cargo, I think it won't happen, right? Because the benefit the air cargo industry brings to the economic growth and the wealth of the planet is far outweighing, I think, the implication of just banning it, right? It won't be a solution. So, but I think yes, it's realistic in my opinion. Is it realistic to have a fully green air freight industry by 2030? I don't think so, because the technology today is not there to do it, right? But there is now ways, we already, I think everyone is aware that there is sustainable air freight fuel now being produced, being actually also sold in the market at the premium. So customers and consumers are willing to pay it. The problem we have today, there is not enough of it, right? So, but by consumers accepting it, shows that the change is happening, which then incentivizes for more production. So there's also another number I got from the aviation colleagues that I think as of today, the technology to leverage all this about 2030, I think we reached the maximum leverage of, as per today's aircraft flying, by 2030, I think we used all the technological advantage we have, unless there is something else coming to the market, right? And I think other fuel types can still work, right? More aviation fuel, yeah, can help, but 2030 is by no means is the end point, right? So there is more that can be done. And I believe, you know, because we're all aware that it's such a pressing issue, that we will achieve it, you know. By what time? That I wish I had a crystal ball, because then I would invest in stocks, but I don't. So, yeah. But I'm confident that we're on the right track.
Yeah, thanks.
So I don't see governments intervening directly on this one. I think people have designed a supply chain globally that uses air, road, rail, sea. But I think what they could do is to look at some kind of stealth tax. So not necessarily a penalty, but if you look at the volume that you ship air versus ocean, and then the amount of inventory, the static dwell time of your inventory in your supply chain, then it wouldn't take a mathematician too long to figure out that you're unnecessarily shipping by air. Now, today you're not accountable for that. You may be accountable internally to your board or to your CFO, but you're not held accountable from a governmental legislative perspective. That's an area that I think with the use of data again, the use of trending of data and the analysis of a supply chain, you could easily go back and make an argument for lazy planning should be penalised. So if lazy planning is creating an unnecessary carbon footprint, then hold people accountable. From a government, that may come in from a taxation level, and then from a taxation level down to the way that we do business today.
Thanks.
To me, I believe there is a lot of advancements in terms of sustainable aviation fuel. So I feel, my own opinion, yes, we will reach there, but definitely not on 2029 or 30. It will take a lot more time. Maybe the 2050 is more realistic, but again, depending on what percentage you want to reach on 2030, for example, what percentage of cleaner environment you want to reach, 5, 10, 50, 100, you know. Even the 2050 is also at what percentage, but we should have managed a great percentage by then. One reason is also compatibility. So you have the sustainable aviation fuel. You know, it is very similar to the normal fuel that aircrafts use. So actually airlines do not need to invest a lot in converting the engine to actually work with SAF fuel. So this is one of the good things to convert from the old type to the new type. As you know, if we convert, emission can be reduced by almost 80%. That's what has been said, around the globe. But again, this is a questionable percentage, I would say. We need to find out how they came up with this 80%, whether it's true or not. But that's what they say. If you convert from jet fuel to sustainable fuel, you should have at least 80% better environment. Also, one more thing is industry commitment. So if you have everybody in the aviation industry committed to converting to this SAF fuel, then you would be able to reach on a certain year, 2050 or even earlier, if you have better commitment and you have governments, let's say, pushing for this. Because as you know, government support is very, very important. You have some countries where, for example, I don't know, in USA and UK maybe, governments are not very much involved in that, and they don't really make airlines or other aviation stakeholders, do it. But for example, in the Arab world or in the Gulf, they can actually come up with regulations, from so and so date, this is what has to be, and then it would be done. So it's a lot easier to actually start in this world, to have governments to actually put rules and regulations in place to have biofuel instead of jet fuel. So this is a big help that we can get from the governments if we really want to do that.
Yeah, Hassan. Yeah, now you're in the position. Everything has been said already again.
it's me, the most difficult. Okay, fine. So, looking at the answers, which are quite logical, and looking at the ifs, which are again logical, we can only know something if we have experience with it. Like, I can know that a carrot will take a month to grow, and because we planted carrots before, and an orange tree will take 5 years because we know that the orange tree will take 5 years. Nobody has done sustainability before, so we don't know how long. It could be a month, it could be 100 years, but what is 100% sure is that when each part of us does their role, it will be the fastest execution possible. Now, the role of this room is to plant the seeds and spread it. And this is what we are doing. And when each one, like exactly what happened in the 90s when it was, the new concept, ozone friendly. It started with an idea, ozone friendly. There was a need. Nobody pushed for ozone friendly, but then all of it happens. So I believe that it could take few years, up to probably 10 years, depending on what happens. There are a lot of things that could happen. There are many people that have to do their homework. In each industry, there are people that have to do their homework in order to make this happen. Even if one industry succeeds 100% and other sectors like legislation and other parties of the society don't do their job, it will take longer, probably 5 times longer than it would have taken if everybody is aligned. So our role here, I believe, is to make sure that this idea is there, that people are aligned, we spread it wherever we go, along with similar parties like us globally, and with each one of us going to his role and doing it the best he can. Yes, it is possible to happen in 5 or 10 years. It is possible. Nobody expected that solar energy will all of a sudden just boom like that. But a couple of years ago, demand increased. We started seeing all kinds of solar power coming all over the place. And yes, things could happen suddenly. but definitely the setup has to be there.
Yeah, thanks. Do we have questions from the floor?
Lars,
Oh, yeah.
how about this? On the panel here, we've got an aircraft operator.
Yeah.
We've got an airport operator. We have an advisory body, and we have a shipper. So how about we commit, what would we do if we were in charge of this globally? What one thing would we do to reduce carbon emissions? Tough question. Sorry about this,
Yeah,
guys,
no,
but-
perfectly good.
One thing each of us? Or
Yeah, so I'm responsible for airports. What would I do? I'll start the ball rolling. I could issue carbon credits for any aircraft that lands against their landing fees that's using sustainable fuel. That's one thing we could do as an airport operator. Not saying we will do it, by the way. Put that on the record.
I will pay 5% to 10% more for a carrier that adopts sustainability versus using a non-sustainable carrier to take my goods.
Perfect.
When we do consultancy to customs authorities or ground handling agents, I would actually push them to start, well, for customs authorities to start, or maybe the general civil aviation, if we do consultancies for them, and we've done some for some of them, is that we push them to actually issue legislations on the use of biofuel. Of course, we cannot make them do it, but of course we will try to recommend to them and show them the benefits of doing that. And the same thing for other stakeholders that we do consultancy with. For example, if they were freight forwarders, we ask them to start using eco-friendly packaging, for example. So that's something that I would take on to do.
And would you give them a rebate if they implement?
Yes, I would provide them an incentive on the total contract value if they do that within a period of time, yes.
Fantastic.
So I'm not directly the aircraft operator, more on the freight forwarding side, but I think for us as well, so similar, we have a very strong commitment also on our carrier portfolio, so the airlines we select, is they have to have a proven sustainability agenda, right? And that includes, so we're partnering up with different airlines in purchasing. We're actually buying SAF, sustainable air freight fuel, up front before we have a contract with customers, right? And that SAF needs to be also used in a certain time frame before it expires. So even if we're not able to then sell it onwards or offer it to our customers, we absorb it. So we make these commitments upfront in investing in the SAF already. Yeah.
What about having, this sustainability certification like a common idea? Like the ISO started. When ISO started, we didn't know what's ISO, and all of a sudden people are, I'm ISO certified, even though it's, most of us who don't understand what's ISO. But now, if we look at sustainability and we start creating like certification, he's sustainability certified, something like that.
I think that exists. So we are partnering with an NGO called Smart Freight Center, right? And I think DHL Deutsche Post is part of it, with some other partners, so global partners, and that's exactly the agenda, is to work on legislations to what I mentioned, the insetting. So because sometimes customers say like, yeah, but I pay SAF and you cannot offer it on this route, right? And again, back to the story that your emission is going into one atmosphere, right? So instead of just focusing on your own lane to offset it, so that you get a certification that you generate this much emission and it was offset with sustainable air freight fuel, etc. So these programs are in the making, that then also for financial purposes you can actually, it's recognized that you on your financial performance can, with a certification, prove it that it was done.
Yeah, there was a concept, that I came across a few years ago, and it was something new to me. It was a certification that I didn't know about, which was called known shipper. I believe you know what's a known shipper, but I don't think all the industries know what is known shipper. And then, yes, it was like in some countries where your distribution or your factory is linked with the airport authorities, that they have certain procedures in place, so the goods are not inspected during exportation, because they are sure that the process is so secure that the goods are not tampered with. And this was something very interesting, you know, because earlier I used to see unknown shipper, and we used to argue with our, you know, like, this is a multinational company, how is it not a known shipper? It's known. But then the concept was different. Known shipper means having certain procedures, certain qualifications. This could be, you know, like certified, you know, environmentally friendly or sustainability program. It could be something that, you know.
The difference is known shipper actually belongs to a country. So for example, in the UAE, the General Civil Aviation Authority will actually issue this authorization that this is a known shipper or a known agent, and this is not. In terms of biofuel, who will issue such a certification? Because a country might issue, but another country may not think that this certification is correct. So you need actually an international body to actually issue such certifications. That's from my point of view. So,
let me then say something that's going to be wildly unpopular, I would guess at least. Because to me, and I know there is a question over there, we'll get over to that one in a second, but you mentioned it yourself. It was either Hassan or Massen that mentioned it earlier, that when you have customers, how much more are they willing to pay for a green solution? 5–10% more than a competing offer, but this is the key. Rather than the huge convoluted part, how do we calculate footprints? Do we issue certificates and all of that? To me, it seems obvious. You're just going to put on a fuel tax. You're going to quadruple the price, as an example, of normal aviation fuel. And the counterpoint is, oh my God, that's going to be hugely expensive. Well, we just came through 2 years where the supply chains didn't stop because freight prices went through the roof. It was one of the components that added into global inflation. Yes, but that means the consumers are paying the price. And it would lead to a very strong incentive for all the ones, you mentioned it yourselves as well, supply and demand of biofuels. It would rapidly increase the demand for biofuels that would not be taxed. Then the governments wouldn't have to prescribe how do you make certificates. They wouldn't have to prescribe what are the right solutions. That would be left to the market because there would be a clear incentive to do it. But of course, say for sake of argument, quadrupling fuel just for the sake of tax is likely not going to be very popular, but it would be a simple solution. But then we have a question. Sorry for leaving you waiting that long.
First of all, thank you. I really enjoyed your speeches. Actually, my question is more about e-commerce, and you know that we are in the era of e-commerce. I was just wondering, what are your strategies to better cope with emerging needs of e-commerces coming to Middle East? So that's actually my question.
It's got to be a DHL question.
Sounds like it.
Mainly in terms of like air freight forward, air freight, or this stuff. How do you cope with these emerging needs?
Needs for sustainability or just in general?
No, in general.
In general. So e-commerce also is it's very high on our agenda, right? Because for the potential and the growth that we have seen obviously in the industry. E-commerce is a bit of a it's like, for me, it's a bit of a word like logistics. What is it exactly? Right? The e-commerce could be anything. So when you talk about the air freight flow, you know, a lot of manufacturing in, for example, in China, ending up at your doorstep here in Dubai, right? For example, there is in our company we serve that market at the moment. You can through DHL Express courier service, so it's absolutely no problem. Myself for DHL Global Forwarding, so the freight forwarding arm of the group. So we're doing e-commerce in bulk movements into a DC here in the UAE, and then where then the final mile is done separately. There is supply chain, the operating warehousing operations, right? 3PL operations. So there's different ways to tackle e-commerce. But for me, I think one of the biggest opportunities for the e-commerce is also a little bit more related to the custom side, right? So you see it here in the UAE, you still need to have a different trade or customs license when you want to do courier business versus freight forwarding. And there's nothing in between. So that's a little bit the challenge that I see in the freight forwarding arm. I could easily bring in bulk, you know, optimize the loads on an aircraft through bulk movements, break it down at the terminal or in our warehouse, and then hand it over to our express colleagues or to Emirates Post to deliver it to your doorstep, right? Technology is there, manpower is there, sorting machines are there, everything is in place, but you're not allowed to do it with the trade license you have, right? So it's a little bit still under development, and it's not, UAE is actually quite advanced in the thinking here, but when you go to Europe, a complete different ballgame. US, you know, export e-commerce, because you're not sure who packed originally the piece that's being sold. You don't want to touch it because you might end up in prison as an individual, you know? So it's very, the customs and security side, I think, is lacking a little, slowing down the development to make it more efficient, I would say. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was okay. Yeah,
and
you.
if we...
Or maybe you could also...
if we're more efficient, we can also be more sustainable. That's also the closing statement.
Good. The more efficient, the more sustainable.
Thanks.
Yeah, you see, what can improve basically in the short term? Let's look at the business now of the e-commerce. It's going well. It's probably what I can see that the drawback or the shortfall here is the lead time. Some of them, they have longer lead time. Some of them, they have shorter lead time, depending where are their distribution centers, which airlines, customs, etc. So probably the improvement that can happen within the coming few years will be on the lead time, with more facilitation and alignment between, you know, the actual carriers and the processes and the local procedures in the countries exporting and importing. That will only be the thing. And with shorter lead time, you will be encouraged to order more as an end customer. You will be encouraged to use one supplier versus another supplier, which will boost competition in between. So yes, that is a place where I believe will be subject to development in the coming few years. But at the end, if you are looking at the last mile delivery, that's a different story, where it will depend on the company and the importer's capabilities. What's he gonna use? You can use a motorcycle, you can use a robot, you can use a local delivery. So all available for the last mile. So the problem is not in the last mile as much as it's within the company intercontinental transportation.
Okay, thank you. We also have a question over here.
Hi. Quick estimate there. Are planes being optimized right now in their cargo carrying capacity? And are you mandating that? In other words, you would find somebody who was not 95 or 100% full to help the sustainability efforts.
Yeah. So I think that's a challenge, right? Because there is so when you look at the air cargo capacity, 70%, I think it's just under 70% is actually on now it's actually on passenger airplanes, right? So the cargo capacity is actually driven predominantly by the passenger demand. So during the COVID times, it was the other way around, but only for 2 years, right? That's why all of a sudden cargo airplanes were so popular. But that is now changed again back to kind of a normal where it was before the pandemic. So there is now, because of the increase in passenger travel, there is now again the overcapacity that planes, I think the load factor is around 50% or something, right, at the moment. So it's very, very low. But the planes are flying, majority anyway, because for that reason, right? So yes, there is on the cargo freighter capacity, you know, there is synergies where airlines partner up, but unfortunately it's not just creating visibility and then consolidate. It's not that easy.
So just as what you just said there, 50% of the cargo, you're driving two planes in essence to fulfill the market that one plane could do.
Yeah, but there is the passengers on top, and they are kind of full, right? I think the passengers, so it's not the cargo, they're not flying for the cargo business. The cargo is a nice additional revenue generator to make the flight more profitable, right? That's how it is, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add to that quickly. I think the situation right now is still unstable. We're seeing a lot of revenge travel. People are traveling just because they couldn't travel. So airfares have gone up. It hasn't stopped people traveling. So the actual capacity required to fly, sustainable capacity to fly, is being masked right now by the surge in passenger travel. And I think that, you know, until we see that kind of flatten out, then we can't really say what the trend is on cargo impact moving forward, whether you're going to get back to 100% capacity, 80% capacity, whatever it may be. So I think we've got a few months to ride this out yet until people say, you know what, until airfares come down, I'm staying home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes?
Aircrafts, they're becoming smarter. Freighters, two-engine aircraft. There are no four engines. A380, four engines. The time is going. So you would see the air freight industry, which were operating with four engines aircraft, it's gone to two engines, and those two-engine aircrafts, Boeing, Airbus, they're efficiently coming with better carbon footprint aircrafts. You see, so emerging technology is changing with time. Yeah? So there is that change which is happening. You see, and as what Fabio and Robert was saying, you see, you have the passenger load and you have the freight load. And the freight load is actually just added value to this aircraft in terms of revenue. You see, if you take a freighter aircraft, now you would see most of them, even 747, the last 747 is going down into a storage yard, you see. So this technology is changing. And they would come up with better, high, efficient performing engines. You see, that's all.
Okay, thank you. And I think this brings the air cargo segment here to a close. I want to thank our panelists for sharing their insights and views for the industry, and here's for hoping for a greener future also for the air cargo industry. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next element in the program is we are going to hear first from Eagle Rail and then from Cargo X. In case of Eagle Rail, unfortunately, due to external circumstances outside of his control, Mike was not able to come and join us here. So I'm going to give a brief view on what Eagle Rail is, and then we have a video that's going to be shared from them in a second. Oh, careful, don't kill yourself. Eagle Rail that we're going to hear from first is a US-based company that was launched in 2015, and what they have developed is basically a way of moving containers away from the terminals. A key problem in many parts around the world is how do you get the containers moved not 1,000 miles away from the terminal, but the 5, 10, 15 miles from the terminal area to somewhere in the suburbs. Most big cities have the same problem. Ports are located in densely populated areas. So there's a limit as to how much more traffic can you cram through the immediate neighborhood of a terminal. What Eagle Rail then set out was, could they develop a different conveyance on getting the containers to and from the terminal without occupying more space in that densely populated area around themselves. And as I said, they launched that in 2015, and I think they'll do a pretty good job in telling more about what it is, but that gives you an idea of who Eagle Rail is. So now I'm looking at the AV team down there to put the video on. Are we getting the Eagle Rail video on down there? Okay, while the technicians are battling with file formats of the video, we're going to switch the order. So the next step here is join me in welcoming Viran Otinsky from CargoX, then we'll do Eagle Rail afterwards.
Hello everyone. So this one. My name is Viran Ortinsky. I'm with CargoX. My role is Vice President for Business Development. So I was with TLME back in 2019. At that time, CargoX was a small company with 14 employees, no revenue, and we got 2 prizes, like Best Blockchain Innovation of the Year and one another, but this one I remember. And today, Last year we did 75 million euros of revenue. We have 107,000 companies using our platform on daily basis. And so far we did 4.5 million, this is outdated, transactions, blockchain documents on our platform. And we are especially proud on 68,000 of fully verified digital identities of different companies from around the world. So I would say we are the fastest growing independent platform, and that's thanks to one project we acquired in Egypt. So we are working for the government on ACI protocol. So we did some development in past 4 years. At the beginning, we were focused mostly on digitizing bill of lading. And because we thought blockchain is a good technology, you know, to pass the document and title over the cargo through the blockchain. And somehow this idea evolved on whole trade, all documents. You can use blockchain to improve global trade in many, many ways. And this is actually the future we are talking about today. So, the problem which was addressed on previous slide, there were several responses and several initiatives. One of them is DCSA. We are working very closely with DCSA on electronic BL standards. We are very active in different initiatives within DCSA about interoperability among the EBL providers. We are also provider of EBL for FIATA, same thing with BIMCO. We are working with FIT Alliance, and UNCITRAL model law for electronic transferable records is actually the fundament for all these activities for global trade to go digital. So that was our vision. So, sorry, documents, paper documents, this is something what belongs really to the past. So documents are data, and data is structured. And structured data you can easily process. So you don't need human attention to process this data, and all the errors which are caused mostly by humans are easily eliminated in that process. And also you can control possession over data. So second part of that vision was blockchain. So blockchain becomes a medium, a technology to transfer the structured data between parties involved in global trade, in all the processes related to cargo movement from origin to destination. So there are a lot of benefits of blockchain. I will not waste time here, but the last one about transactions, that every single transaction is audited. So you have audit log, you have full visibility from the origin to destination, and this is actually, I would say, the best part around blockchain. Besides, it's unhackable. So if you combine those two, you're getting trusted data. And you can automate a lot of workflows, let's say with custom clearance, for example, with custom authorities. It can be done in no time. Data, you're avoiding multiple data entries, and the status of every single piece of data is always visible and cannot be altered at any time. So if you do something on blockchain, this is final, period, that's it. It will stay on internet forever. So few words about features on our platform. So we will support you in creation and management of electronic trade documents in different types, so either structured, non-structured type. We are compliant with DCSA standards to issue structured type BL with mirroring PDF, which is readable for humans. And also, we are now developing another module on our platform, which will allow to all entities to create structured documents on CargoX platform according to different standards. So either UN standards or local standards of the country, and so on and so on. So transfer of document and possession of the document, like electronic BL, for example, is done with blockchain technology. All the pieces of data anybody is uploading on the platform are encrypted with 256 encryption, and that brings you actually ultimate security and confidentiality to your workflows. So, as I said earlier, this audit capabilities, this is always on. And of course, if you combine everything with complex data flows in global trade, we are developing, and this is already on Sandbox for different business cases we are working on right now, multi-point filing. So filing is maybe not the best name here, but this is only in development. Basically, you have a process with importation of the goods, for example, and according to country's legislation, you need to process all the documents or data in some way, and basically that is the feature available for anyone on CargoX. So you can create or we can create for you that process in digital way, so we can set a logic for your process on the platform to help you out to automate and of course to improve transparency, to optimize the process, and so on. And also that gives opportunity to build strong business intelligence. So you can audit all of the events which are happening, and you can identify some suspective activities. So whatever, you can use it. You can use that data in many ways. So I was talking about that right now. So that is one process. So we can host whole process, part of the process. So as an example here, this is ACI protocol on import side. So we are very flexible in that way. So whatever comes to anybody's mind, we can support you with our technology. So if you want to ask on maybe to have only these first 4 dots or the whole process, it is possible. So we are very flexible about that. And that's the key for the future. And that was identified by all the members of DCSA. All EBL providers are on the same page, besides TrailLens, but they don't exist anymore. That interoperability is the future. So we are very, I would say, forward-thinking company, and we already provided several POCs. So we are able to exchange documents between different platforms, digital platforms. So interoperability could be described easily in real life, like email services, telecom operators, so you can call from one network to another network. Same thing goes for digital platforms. So once that is achieved, and I think it has to be very soon, because all carriers came to an agreement that there will be no more paper bill of lading from 2030 on. Until 2028, 80% of the flow of the bill of ladings will go electronically. So there is a strong, I would say, initiative from carrier side as well to go digital. And yes, we did several of those POCs already, and this will only benefit the whole ecosystem in global trade, with compliance, and basically you will have ability to choose platform which suits you the best, and to cover your business needs. So that's still having everything in mind, what we already have on our platform, with verified digital identities. So if company wants to interact with the government, it has to be verified. So we have two steps of verification. First step of verification is financial transaction between us and the company. And second step is outsourced. So for us, this is performed by Dun & Bradstreet. And basically, once you are registering your company, you are invited to go through KYC process. You have to make a payment of $15 to us. We are checking your identity through Dun & Bradstreet, and if all data is matching, you are becoming verified company. So it's not done only once. It's a recurring process. It's happening once a year. So we know that this company is real and it's alive, it is existing. So all those companies are having public blockchain wallets, and we are also following and very strict with AML rules. And with all this said, we are really ready for smart trade finance deployment. I already said a few words about our features and benefits for our users. I think simplicity of user interface is first impression when you come to digital platform, whether if there is a click or not. So we made it very, very, very simple. It looks like your email account, and this is something what people are familiar with, and then everything else is much easier. So beside that, we have a strong team in support. Any difficulties you might face, we have 2 shifts covering the whole globe and answering the questions from the users. It's actually free of charge to create an account. It's open source, so you can join the platform. We will not charge you for subscription. We will not charge you for licensing. You can have 1 user, 10,000 users. It's really irrelevant for us. Our business model is based on transactions. And regarding deployment, so you can access through our web interface or through API, and you can stay in your ERP. So both options are available. And yes, as I already said, we are ready for future for smart trade finance. Maybe a few words about our success story in Egypt, and I think that's second to last slide. In 2021, government of Arab Republic of Egypt integrated our platform into their Nafeza single window system. So any inbound sea freight cargo coming to Egypt has to be announced through our platform, and based on that input, with those documents provided, not only in non-structured format, they're also requiring invoice in structured format. They're creating import declaration. This is very important. So this structured data is already reality. It's not future. It's, I would say, it's already here for 1.5 years, almost 2 years. It will be in October. So we managed to shorten the cargo release time in Egypt from 29 to maximum 9 days. This is a little bit wrong, and that was a really big pain point for all the importers because of very slow reaction from the customs, and the costs for the overall costs cannot exceed $165 per shipment. And in the past, there was a protocol for the importer to go through a legalization process for the documents, and so on and so on. So, yeah, and we did 4.2 million documents already for Egyptian government. So, yeah, excellence awards from TLME, and I'm very proud on that because I attended that event back in 2019. And this year we got from ICC UK award as a best cross-border trade software system technology solution provider of the year. And I think it speaks a lot. It happened like a month and a half ago. So yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Okay. If okay with you, I just have one question.
Yes,
I'm curious because you have clearly made a successful blockchain application, exchanging lots of documents, and it all works. There's the other one, you mentioned them yourself, TradeLens, that was then shut down by the carriers. What's the difference? Why do you see a take-up where the other one clearly did not?
People.
Can you elaborate?
Team.
Yeah.
CargoX team, I think that was the difference. There was 14 people in the company, and we made that up from our heads, and it's very easy, you know, to navigate as an innovator if you're a very, very small and agile company, and that was the big difference between us and TradeLens.
So it's basically a case of what we heard Sue from DHL talk about earlier today. Technology ends up still being about the people in order for it to actually work.
Yeah, this cannot be automated.
Yeah. All right, excellent. Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
And reverting back to where we were before, we should now be able to see the video. Sorry about that. To see the video from Eagle Rail. So let's see if we can get it on screen. One minute. Well, while we wait for the video, let me add a few at least additional comments on part of my knowledge on Eagle Rail. Because to me, it's one of those elements where if we think back to 21 and 22 and all the supply chain disruptions, what was one of the issues, at least in some locations around the world? The issue was a shortage of truck drivers and trucks. And that, of course, jammed up a lot of the terminals. The terminals got jammed up. That led to queues of the vessels. Then we had shortage of vessels, and on we went. This is going to, hopefully, when the video come up and run, will show you how you could eliminate at least that bottleneck that you have very close to the terminal. If you can automate that, make it driverless. That way you could also have eliminated part, not full, but part of the bottleneck problems that we encountered during the pandemic. Of course, that's water under the bridge. We didn't have the systems back then. But it's worth thinking about going forward, especially everywhere where you have a terminal that is constrained in an area where you have huge population areas around, and therefore you simply can't expand the ability to move cargo in traditional ways in and out of the terminals. Let's see what is going. Do we know if it's going to come up in a minute? Because otherwise we might take the coffee break now and then we can get the video running after the coffee break. It's 30 seconds. Okay. All right, that was Eagle Rail. As you can see, the whole idea is basically move the cargo on top of the road, build it on a monorail structure, which also means you have the ability to build it even in places where there is roads and everything else, because you don't have to have level passings like you would have to do with normal rail or any element like that. With that, we have one segment left, but before we get to that segment, we should break for a coffee break, give everybody a chance to refresh, get some caffeine or tea or whatever takes your fancy out there, and see you back here in half an hour at 3:30. All right, welcome back from the coffee break. Just a second, Drew, before you get up here. What I would like to do, we have a session on the future of logistics. Strictly speaking, that's only scheduled to start 15 minutes from now. So rather than call up and start earlier now, what I will do is I will take the opportunity to talk a little bit about something we have only skirted around. Where is the container shipping industry? So I'm going to give at least my perspective on where is the industry now, where is it going to head for the rest of 2023 and also into 2024. Those who were listening to me in the morning will have picked up on when I said the market has normalized. And let me put a few words on that first before I look slightly further down the line on a logistics path. If you look at data, the market is normalized from a global perspective. From a global perspective, scheduled reliability is basically back to where we were pre-pandemic. Freight rates overall are more or less where it was pre-pandemic. The amount of capacity that's tied up in queues outside of ports due to congestion is roughly back to the levels that we saw before the pandemic. So for all intents and purposes, the container shipping market globally has normalized. That does not mean everything is good. There are clearly pockets where it's not normal yet. A good example would be the Atlantic trade. On the Atlantic head haul trade, freight rates are still twice where we were pre-pandemic. They're coming down rapidly, but the normalization process is not done. There are clearly places where there are still massive delays in the supply chain. But let's be honest, normal before the pandemic did not mean stable or predictable. Again, just a single data point to illustrate that one I was looking at, that was just last week. 2017 to 2019, which could be said to be the normal period before the pandemic, Trans-Pacific rates from Asia to US West Coast fluctuated from a low point below $1,000 per 40-footer to a high point of $2,700. So between 1,000 and 2,700, that's a pretty big change. We should keep that in mind. So when we are normal, it does not mean stable. It was never stable. Then you can say we had this scare this morning. A ship got stuck in the Suez Canal. It was then pulled out a few hours later. No big deal. But again, these disruptions are completely normal. Yes, the pandemic was larger than what we were used to, but the normal state of affairs also include massive disruption. It's not unusual. Again, let's take a couple of data points on what is normal. 2015, labor dispute on the US West Coast. You had a queue of 40 massive vessels waiting off the coastline of California. Yes, it was disruptive, but it could not be said to be abnormal. That was followed next year in 2016 by the bankruptcy of Hanjin, the world's 7th largest carrier being wiped off the map. Followed the next year by Maersk being completely off-grid for a week due to a devastating cyber attack. We could go on and on. There's a lot of these things happening all the time. Not a week goes by without a port somewhere being out of action. There can be a typhoon, there can be a port strike, it can be a million different things. There's always a ship that's broken down, there's always a truck that's run off the road, a bridge that is washed out somewhere. This is completely normal. And the reason why I'm harping on about this is it's incredibly important to get the baseline right. We come out of a period that was clearly abnormal, disruptions much larger than what we normally see. But over the last few months, I've also increasingly come across the sentiment about especially customers in the industry expecting normal to be predictable, but that was never the case. We need to readjust. And this is again where does the supply chain provide us value? It provides value in handling exceptions because we cannot avoid these exceptions. The companies out there that are the most competitive are also the ones that are best able, most agile to handle these exceptions when they happen, spot them when they happen, come up with a plan B or C. So we're back to that level of normality. If we look slightly forward then, where is the container ship industry, at least from my perspective, then heading? Those who have followed me will have known already a year and a half ago, I said we were going to see freight rates crash, they're going to undershoot into a price war before everything normalizes. That's basically where we are. In my view, we did have a price war. you did see freight rates on some of the key trades late 22, early 23 drop below pre-pandemic levels. At that point, you did see carriers not pull enough capacity out of the market. In my book, that constitutes a price war. That's not the case now. The last couple of months, this has stabilized. Carriers are becoming better again at pulling capacity, so we're already past that stage. So we're into a reasonable baseline. There's then been a lot of attention also recently on the massive order books that are coming into the industry. If you look solely at the order book, we're looking at 10% capacity injection this year, 10% more next year. And if you only take that data point, it looks like we're heading for an imminent disaster of massive overcapacity. I'm not that negative. Sure, you are likely going to see some more capacity injected this year and next compared to demand, but not to these catastrophic levels. Element number one, there was no scrapping the last 2 years because of all the disruptions. So it's overdue for scrapping of likely 2 to 4 percentage points of the global fleet. That will take the edge off. But more importantly, you're going to see vessels being soaked up in slower steaming for two different reasons. Let's look at, can vessels go slower? There was one of the shipping magazines, I believe, a few weeks ago that had a headline of the sort that, well, slow steaming is not going to help because ships are already going as slow as they can. Let me take two arguments against that one. Argument number one is the unscientific one. That's just because I'm getting old, apparently. Because the last 20 years, consistently, every time you saw massive capacity injections and fuel prices were expensive, there would always first be a headline saying this is a problem because ships surely cannot go any slower. And lo and behold, then ships went slower. And next time that happened, no, now ships mechanically cannot go any slower, and then they went slower again. So from that perspective, I'm certainly not convinced they can't go any slower. But then the proof is in the pudding. Look at it, what was it, a week and a half ago, the announcement from Maersk and MSC on their Asia-Europe services. And again, you can report in many different ways. Part of the reporting was Maersk and MSC add capacity to Asia-Europe. That sounds ominous in a trade that's not very strong right now. And the factual basis is, yes, they are putting 9 additional big vessels into Asia-Europe. But there's a major caveat here. They're doing it because they're slowing all their Asia-Europe services down. So it takes a week longer for a round trip. So yes, they will need 9 more ships, but the weekly carrying capacity they offer in the market is completely unchanged, which is exactly what you see when you slow down. So this is not a capacity injection. This is actually a capacity reduction of the global fleet. This one action alone, just by Maersk and MSC in just one trade lane, is going to remove between 0.4 and 0.5% of this capacity injection I talked about before. And rest assured, the other carriers will follow suit on Asia-Europe. Believe we're going to see it on Trans-Pacific. We're going to see it on Asia-South America, all the long-distance trades. This is going to absorb quite a bit of this additional capacity coming in. Another effect that flies somewhat under the radar is the fact that when vessels grow larger, they clearly spend more time in port. It takes more time to load and discharge. That's just obvious. But when that's the case, I need more ships. Because if I have to maintain my weekly round-trip schedule, if suddenly my vessels spend more time in port, it takes longer for a round trip, and again I need to phase in more vessels to compensate for that effect. And again, over time, the best example is Asia-North Europe. 15 years ago, the norm was you used 8 vessels for a weekly service. Today, the norm is around 12. And it's only part of that's because the vessels are going slower. Part of it is because these 24,000 TEU ships spend a lot more time in port than the 10,000 TEU ships did 15 years ago. So there's going to be significant absorption. So yes, there will be some pressure on the supply-demand dynamics, but clearly not to the catastrophic levels that some of the headlines seems to imply. We face an imminent peak season, and is demand going to continue to collapse? Continue might be the wrong word. The latest data we have is from March, from Container Trade Statistics, and that's loading date of March. The huge downturn we saw in demand that started in September was basically over. March didn't grow either, but the huge 10% year-on-year decline that we saw globally was gone. That was very positive. All trade lanes except one did well. One trade lane was still awful. That was Trans-Pacific, Asia into North America. So clearly this is not a global problem anymore, it's a US specific problem. Looking deeper into that issue you have over there, part of the decline also in the US was an inventory correction, which makes sense. If you are reducing your inventories, you need to ship less goods. Here's the problem. We can see in the data that physical goods started to decline sharply in September of last year. That's loading date. This means that you should have seen a huge drop in physical volumes coming into inventories in the US basically in November. When you then look at the data from the US Census Bureau, which is measured in dollars, not in physical volume, did inventories drop? They didn't. They flatlined. They stopped growing, but they did not drop. And that's the case up to and including March, which is the latest numbers. So here we have an issue. Physical volumes we know for a fact are dropping, but the inventories are not dropping. So somebody has a problem getting rid of inventory. One of the counterpoints I came across was, yeah, inventories is measured in dollars, but there's inflation. So that would actually mean that inventories are declining. But here's the problem. If instead of looking at inventories, you can look at the inventory to sales ratio. Sales, of course, are also impacted by inflation the same way that the inventory numbers are. So the inventory sales ratio is independent of inflation. That is also not declining. So clearly in the US there is a problem with the inventories. Does that mean that the peak season is going to fall flat? That's not even a given. Now it becomes even more complicated. Who holds these inventories? Because part of the issue appears to be that the wholesalers are having trouble getting rid of part of their inventory. But some of the very, very large retailers and supermarket chains, they appear not necessarily to have this problem. So it would more appear an issue that there are parts of the importers in the US that's going to be stuck with massive inventories of goods they imported during COVID that nobody now wants to buy. The clothes are out of fashion or it's far too expensive because it was imported when freight rates were sky high, whereas the retailers that now have low inventories have all the incentive in the world to order new goods for peak season. They will be cheaper in terms of moving them in. It will be fashion that is up to date and everything else. So despite all the maladies we can see out there, I think the baseline is not for a fantastic peak season, but for a normal peak season on the demand side going forward. So I don't see the big calamity ahead of the industry. What is important to recognize is the structure of the industry is being shaken up a bit. We've been used to the alliance structure now for quite a few years. We have the East-West trades dominated by 2M, Ocean Alliance, and the TAG Alliance. That's going to change. But again, this is not abnormal. It is normal every typically 5 to 8 years. Then the alliances break up and new alliances are reformed. This is just another round in that cycle. It has already begun. I mean, we saw 2M announce that they will go from each other. Formally speaking, 2M exists until January 2025. That is the agreement. That's what both parties are also saying. I kind of have the view, it's like if my friends came to me and said, look, we're going to get a divorce, but we're only going to split up in 2025. I'm not quite sure I would believe that narrative fully. And you can already see it. Shortly after the announcement, MSC was launching a standalone Asia-Mediterranean service, for example. So sure, the two carriers will still have joint services, but you'll see more and more services outside of the scope of 2M. The next thing, in my view, that's going to happen, and obviously the carriers involved will say absolutely not, that's so far just my view, that is that I expect Ocean Alliance to do similar divorce proceedings as the next alliance to break up. I don't see the interests between COSCO, CMA, CGM, and Evergreen being aligned either. So they're also going to split up more or less the same way that Maersk and MSC is doing it, so it's not a massive disaster from one day to the next. This will put pressure on the final alliance, TAG, where the carriers over there, which is Hapag, ONE, Hyundai, and Yangming, will be forced to reassess with everything up in the air. Do we actually have the right partners, or do we want to shake things up a little bit more? All of this to say that during 24, you're going to see a rearrangement of the different alliances. You might even see it to the point where the carriers will claim there are no more alliances. but that doesn't mean they will operate standalone. They will still have vessel sharing agreements with each other. I think they will just avoid to use the word alliance, because to some shippers that have negative connotations. So this is actually part of a normal shakeup of the industry as well. What it doesn't change, and this is incredibly important, is the consolidated nature we've seen in the industry. By the end of 2019, the carriers have consolidated to a point where they had more pricing power than they had in the preceding decades. That does not mean they control the market. But as was mentioned earlier, the carriers were perennially loss-making for 20 years, some more than others. Part of that is because they're in a commoditized industry and it was heavily fragmented. That does not bode well. But the fragmentation had been dealt with. We had reached a point where the carriers can tactically manage capacity better through the blanking of sailings. That was a standard tool that they will continue to use. So the normality we're heading into is also a normality where, in general, carriers will be at a higher level of profitability than what they were pre-pandemic. This has nothing to do with the pandemic. This was a structural shift that was already in the pipeline prior to the pandemic. That does not mean that we will never have price wars. We will still have price wars every once in a while, but what will change is the balance. If we were to exaggerate a little bit, prior to the pandemic, the normal state of affairs was a price war. And then on a few festive occasions, the carriers would make money. Going forward, the balance between the two will be flipped. Most of the time, the carriers will have a reasonable return, and then on a few festive events, there will be a price war. So it's a matter of shifting of the balance. That is where the industry is slowly moving towards. Then, given that we also had the session here on some of the environmental aspects before, I want to add a few words on the decarbonization path for the container lines. I see this as a path where, yes, the container lines, they are going to decarbonize, and yes, they're going to do it as quickly as possible. And this might sound harsh, not because they care about the environment, I'm sure some of them do, but that's not the core driver. I see the core driver, and this is positive news, being economics. Because if you're going to decarbonize a vessel, you're going to be forced down a path where you have to use some type of green fuel. Doesn't really matter whether that's methanol or ammonia or hydrogen or whatever it is. Let's just, for argument's sake, call it methanol. If I use methanol as a fuel, I can produce it from any energy source. I can produce it from solar, I can produce it from wind, I can produce it from nuclear, I can produce it from burning coal and old rags, if that is cheap. But the point here is I become independent of the energy source. So if I decarbonize my fleet, I can always tap in to the cheapest possible energy in the world. That is the core driver. So if somebody does that, everybody else will have to follow suit. Otherwise, I won't be competitive on energy costs. That is basically the path we're going to go down. The carriers would like to do this then as quickly as possible. The bottleneck is not the carriers, it's the fuel providers. Across both containers, but also on some of the other vessel segments, we're up to, I think it's 86 or 87 methanol fuel vessels now on order, but there's not going to be fuel for them. Realistically, quite a few of these, they are dual fuel, so they're going to run on VLSFO, normal fuel, until we get enough methanol. So the bottleneck are the fuel providers. The carriers are actually investing to go down this path. And to finish that one, let me point out a problem which I see as unsolvable. We're just going to have to live with it for the next couple of decades. There are shippers out there that want their supply chain completely green by 2029. Physically, that is not going to happen, because you're not going to be able to build enough ships, and for that matter, aircraft and trucks and everything else, for that to happen. So what is going to happen in the coming decades is you're going to have to calculate what is your carbon footprint. And let me try to illustrate why this becomes immensely complicated. Let me make a hypothetical example, not to pick on anyone, but let's take the Maersk methanol ships. Okay, so let's say Maersk sets up a service, let's just call it Shanghai to Rotterdam for sake of argument, purely with the methanol vessels. The fuel deals they have set up means that this is zero carbon. That's absolutely excellent. So if I ship from Shanghai to Rotterdam on that service, zero footprint. Easy peasy. The next thing that's going to happen is Maersk is going to have a customer saying this is great and we're booking on that service, but we also have some cargo that goes from Japan to Belgium. You have another service that goes direct Japan to Belgium on normal vessels. So why don't we book on that one, but we pay for a couple of your slots on the green vessels? Can we offset these? And likely the answer would be yes. I mean, why not? As long as you then internally keep a ledger though, so you don't oversell it. That is somewhat easy to deal with. Then the next thing happens. They get a customer and say, well, I'm shipping, just short shipping from Norway to the UK. I also want green shipping. So how do we handle this offset? I'm going to buy some of the slots on the Asia-Europe, but I want the carbon offset against my footprint up here. Then you need to get into how do you do a carbon calculation per TEU footprint. And this is where the unsolvable problem comes up. How do you do this? It's easy enough. Well, easy is never the right thing, but you can at least measure the emissions from a ship. But how do you apportion that to the containers on the ship? Let's say it's a 20,000 TEU ship. Do I split it equally on 20,000 TEU? Well, keep in mind, on the backhaul, there's only 10,000 that's full. How do I allocate the emissions for the empty containers? How do I allocate the emissions for slots that are empty? How do I allocate the emissions? Because seasonally, sometimes the ship is full, sometimes it is not. It's not a difficult thing to do. I just make a choice. I can choose in many different ways. And I could come up with the first 100 ways that are all correct and can be defended, but that's the point. You already have the issue today. When I look at the online calculators for the carriers, they all have fine methodologies. Some of them even claim to have the same one, but they show different results. So realistically, I cannot compare. This has already led to a situation where several freight forwarders have launched their own CO2 footprint calculators because they say you can't compare across carrier, but come to me, let's say Kühne & Nagel does it, then in Kühne & Nagel I can compare, but I cannot compare Kühne & Nagel to DSV because they have different methodologies. This has already led to the next stage. There are independent data providers out there saying because you can't use the carriers or the forwarders, we have a methodology so you can compare. That's great. But if I choose a different third-party data provider, they also show something different. There's a million ways of splitting this out. None of them are inherently wrong. It's just a methodological choice. This is insolvable. And what is realistically going to happen is you will have some shippers that genuinely care about their footprint. They will be well advised to choose a methodology and stick with that one. Then they can measure their improvements. And realistically, there will be shippers out there that will change methodology every single year because then they can show a decline no matter what actually happens. This is not a solvable problem. It's just going to be a nightmare of accounting of carbon credits going forward. This is only going to be solved 20, 25 years down the line when the supply chain realistically can actually be green end to end. That was the very short overview, at least, of where I see the container shipping industry is now, some of the challenges, what is going to happen going forward. Maybe to just add one thing up, we touched upon it just before the coffee break as well. The carriers sit on a pile of cash like they never ever dreamt of before. Their problem is not that they don't have money to invest. The problem is, what's the smart investment to actually do? What should I invest in and when should I do it? Should I go out and order a lot of green ships now? That might not necessarily be the best idea because the fuel is not there. Let me finish that off with a final reflection on that one. Let's look at, for example, Maersk versus MSC. If you look at that in terms of decarbonization. In one corner you got Maersk. They have ordered, they are shortly about to take delivery of genuinely green vessels. Then you have MSC, they don't. And I want to bet you a year or two from now, what you will see is MSC will have lowered their carbon emissions a lot more than Maersk. Because Maersk is getting a couple of handfuls of green ships out of an operated fleet of some 700 ships. MSC is getting a couple of hundred large new fuel-efficient vessels. So on a relative basis, they are likely going to reduce their emissions more in the short term than Maersk. Maersk will then, of course, say, well, dear MSC, you're never going to be green that way. But MSC can then just say, well, just look at our results right now. They can afford then to lean back and wait. Say, let's wait until there's sufficient green energy. Then we'll order a couple of hundred of green ships, basically your traditional fast second strategy. Which one of those two strategies will be successful, of course, remains to be seen. But it's again back to this, when we look at who is doing better in sustainability, it comes down to methodology. because on one hand I can argue Maersk does it best because they actually get genuinely green ships. Fantastic. But I could also argue, if I don't look in a 20-year perspective, but I look at improvements right here, right now, MSC is likely doing more than Maersk because they get more fuel-efficient ships. It's a matter of perspective. How do you want to use it? And again, it's an information war. Nobody's necessarily right or wrong, but that's going to be part of the playing field going forward. That was what I wanted to share on this one. I know that was slightly outside of the program. I hope I was about to say you enjoyed it, but that depends on whether you find the outlook positive or negative. But let's head into the last session of the day. We've got a couple of people joining me up here in the panel for the future of logistics. Yeah, got Drew and yes. Just want to make sure here. So we got Drew, Viren, and Mark. Hey. So Drew and Viren, we have already seen you up here, but Mark, if I could just ask you to introduce yourself briefly.
Yeah, is this working? Yeah, okay. So yeah, my name is Mark Chavez, Siemens Logistics, based here in Dubai. Been here like 10 years and had several employers since then, but it's always been around the aviation industry, logistics, and specifically in digitalization. So I was with Emirates before I joined Siemens Logistics. And yeah, my focus is really to look at logistics from a digitalization perspective, and I hope I can give some insights there.
Thank you very much. Then maybe we should start off with you as well. I'm going to jump straight into it as we're looking into the future of logistics. We spent the whole day talking a lot about what are all the different things that might happen. From your perspective, what are the three big things that are genuinely going to change within the next, say, 5 to 10 years?
I think, you know, if we look at the complete day, it's kind of like the future is the summary also of the main topics of today. So from a Siemens Logistics perspective, we see, and I'm talking about my customers here, what they're telling us what the future will be. So they look into customer success, of course, that's one of the main focus. But then there's also health and safety is definitely a topic for all of our customers. And eventually, of course, sustainability, which was a topic here throughout the whole day. But how do you want to get there? And the three future focus points in logistics will be multimodal logistics, multimodal integration of the rail, ocean, air, and road, of course. So we can see that here in the region happening already, that there are things like cargo parks being built, that we have like different container terminals that also integrate with the air specifically. If you look just around the corner here, Jebel Ali and DWC Airport are very close to each other, so that's a very good example of how intermodal logistics can work. But that will only work actually if you have also the integration of the processes, which basically also means you have to look at the flow of the cargo. You have to be able to foresee how the flow goes seamlessly between these different modes of transportation. And so therefore I believe that that's a very important part. And so digitalization is going to play a big role to have the data integration, and then also to see, foresee the complete supply chain, the journey of the freight throughout these different modes of transportation. And the last topic, obviously, which is definitely very important, is sustainability in general. But then in specific for logistics, I think also with digitalization, you could create a lot of efficiencies that will support the sustainability as well, to the sustainable logistic processes as well. So that's my point of view.
All right, thank you. Drew, what do you see as the three big things that's going to change this industry?
Well, first of all, I've always believed my whole life there are no facts about the future. So what does that require us to do? It requires us to get every day and analyze the data and think as clearly as we can about the future. I think there are a few things we can predict. And one is the allocation of capital in solving whatever problems we have, logistics or other problems. Back in the day when I started my career, that was a simple calculation. Allocation of capital was based on statistical analysis, for example, price-earnings ratios, revenue growth, those kinds of pure mathematical calculations. We're now living in an environment where we have very large firms, probably the most obvious is BlackRock, and they're now allocating capital, as we've said all day long, with an additional factor, and that's sustainability. So access to capital is going to change, and it's going to change based on new dynamics for evaluation that are going to be demanded by the investors who are putting the money into those funds that are going to make those capital allocations. The other thing I think that you can reasonably, at least hopefully we can predict, is that the population will continue to grow and standards of living hopefully will continue to increase. That is going to put pressure on the logistics of everything, moving cargo and what have you. The census is done every 10 years, so I can't be terribly accurate about this, but I did do an analysis once. I was born in 1948, and to the best of my mathematical calculations, the world population was about 2.7 million, and now, or billion rather, and now we're at 8 billion. So in that period, less than 100 years, our population has tripled. If you start to run the probability analysis and the math on that, and you look at tripling the population over the next set of decades, that's going to put tremendous pressure on logistics and efficiencies of logistics. So I think those are factors. I think it's going to be a real challenge.
Thank you. And Viren, what about you? I was about to say 3 big predictions. Let me guess based on your presentation. One of them is going to be the e-bill of lading, but apart from that one?
You have left me nothing to say, but yes, in terms of sustainability, from our point of view, of course, we expect that paper will be out of global trade. So we go digital. That's in terms of sustainability. That is bringing us to the next point, and that is automation of the processes. With digital data, you can achieve higher level of efficiency, as you said, and with growing population, I think that is something what is coming as a logical next step. And of course, if you combine those two, you have global trade efficiency improvements, especially when it comes to governmental sector, to their procedures. They will get better visibility on inbound, outbound shipments, and so on and so on. So technologies here bringing new tools to global trade, business and governmental sector. So I think this is already happening, not at the same time globally, but this is the direction we envision in CargoX, and our development is somehow running according to that vision. So we hope we are not wrong. So far, we are somewhere there, and it will continue, I guess.
Thank you. You're all skirting around a topic we talked about all day, namely the use of more and more information, of data and of automation, which is absolutely fantastic. But then we also need to talk about the issue of cybersecurity in that context. And the reason I want to bring it up, maybe to give just a little bit also backdrop where I come from on that one. I was part of a couple of guys that started a company on maritime cybersecurity way back in 2014. And that's the kind of company where you hire people to hack in just to see, well, how secure are you, how unsecure are you, that kind of stuff. And our experience at the time was we went to the maritime industry, and by that I mean principally shipping lines, ports, terminals, major freight forwarders. 2014, we went to the industry and said, look, we think you've got a problem. The consistent reply we got from the industry back then was, go away, we are completely safe, you're just inventing problems that don't exist. Then we came back to and said, look, We don't want to invent new potential problems. Here's just a list of the actual incidents we have seen in the industry already. That was then in 2015. At that point, we already had a top 20 global carrier that had been wiped out by a cyber attack. Mind you, this is before Maersk. So we already had that. We already had ports and terminals that had been attacked severely on cyber attacks. All of these things had already happened. With that in hand, we went back to the industry, and the industry said, well, go away, we are secure, this is not a problem. That we found was fascinating. Then we had the very, very visible attack on Maersk, which, as a side issue, and maybe this is also important to keep in mind, nobody attacked Maersk. Maersk was collateral damage. That is extremely important to also note. This was most likely a Russian state-sponsored attack on the state of Ukraine. 7,000 companies were impacted by this. Maersk was just one of the 7,000. So this is what can happen if somebody doesn't target you specifically. Imagine what can happen if they actually come for you specifically. In the wake of that, we had the assumption this would certainly mean that most companies would be extremely interested in doing something on this front. A few were, most were not. Most still had the perspective, go away, we are secure. Just before the pandemic, I was at a conference in Korea where a ship owner had ordered new, I believe it was gas tankers. And when he was asked the question, when you're designing this, and obviously modern ships have an enormous array of electronics on board, what do you do with cybersecurity? His answer to that was, that's just an overblown risk. This was 2019. And so I'll get to a question shortly. I just wanted to lay out where I was coming from. Here in the coffee break, part of the news today, which doesn't surprise me in the least, is an incident report coming out from Microsoft now, that multiple ports and terminals have been tried to be taken over by malware coming from the outside, precisely because they are critical infrastructure, which is not surprising at all. So all of that was a very, very long preamble. So I want to go back to each of you, because you are mentioning technology. What should we do to handle the cybersecurity risk? Because it's clearly not going to go away.
Shall I? I mean, yeah. First of all, I think cybersecurity has to be acknowledged that it exists. And I fully agree. It's not only in the ports, in the airport environment, it's very similar. At Siemens, we have a very, very high attention on that. I mean, Siemens is known also to build like complete power grids and very highly secured environments from a physical environment. But now, of course, from a digital perspective, you have to have the same, at least the same level of security measures. And that is extremely important. It's in our DNA. And we look at from the airport side, I mean, there were like at least 8 major attacks in the last 5 years at airports. They were briefly in the press and then they disappeared again. So you just hear it once and that's it. And when we talk to airports in these regards and to our customers in the cargo space, they may say, okay, yes, it exists, but do we have to do anything? Not now, because it's operational technology, it all works nicely and it's secure, but we follow a different process. We actually advise our customers to do constantly their assessments, their cybersecurity assessments, also with independent companies like you were mentioning, so that they actually have a view of how vulnerable they actually are. And when I say vulnerable, I mean, I'm just looking at some numbers here. I mean, the ransomware attacks have increased by, or they have increased from their destructiveness by 57%. And just to give you also another number, each single data breach in average costs the company $4.2 million US, in average, okay? $4.2 million US. I think that's good money that you can invest in a different way. So that is definitely something you should look after, not only from a reputation point of view, as your company will lose your reputation, lose customers, but also in order to secure your system and maybe even also secure your company from declining stock prices. I mean, that is something that is really essential from my point of view. So yeah, our advice, cybersecurity assessments regularly, invest in cybersecurity, don't neglect it. Yeah.
Drew, you were mentioning also capital allocation before. Is this a failure of proper capital allocation and the companies they are underestimating what the risk is?
Yeah, when I first was introduced to the industry back in 2017 and talked with people, and they said one of the problems we have is we don't know where our containers are. And I simply said that's unacceptable. That's a problem you have to solve, and there is a solution to that problem. And it is a matter of allocation of capital. Oftentimes, as we grow in technologies, we solve a problem because we're able to obtain data and information so rapidly, but in solving a problem, we create a problem, and that is we become dependent on that, and it becomes an essential part of our operation. And now there's the threat of the malware and all the other things, the attacks that can happen. So yeah, the smart play is to address it and stay on the edge of the technology that's available to combat that, and it's going to be essential.
Yeah. Viren, I mean, presumably you are sitting at least with one of the types of solutions that can help alleviate parts of the problems on the blockchain side.
Yes, blockchain can resolve many of those threats because it's bulletproof, unhackable, and I think we all should strive to those kind of solution, and you can actually build on top of that technology, I would say, security protocols, and you can run business with that technology in a way that it's I mean, safe and transparent. But it's only, I would say, the last stage technology. It starts at the very beginning, at very early age, because kids of today are spending hours on internet, and that's the time when you need to start to educate them about potential threats, because they're developing their risk-taking or risk-averse behavior at that time. Secondly, you need to educate the workforce but also management. It's very important. It's like fire drills in the past. Now, this same thing should be done in an area of cybersecurity. And of course, thirdly, you need to have incident response plan within the organization. And that would be, I would say, the whole package, how to deal with that threat today.
I think too, redundancy in your systems is critical, so that you have a backup to the failure. It's really important.
Maybe just in addition, also the trend of moving into the cloud with your technology will also create new demand for cybersecurity measures that have to be taken. It is definitely a good chance to move digitalization or IT solutions into the cloud. It's a chance, but it's also a risk, and I think actually it is more chance of a risk than a risk, because these companies that are dealing with clouds have a very high focus on cybersecurity compared to maybe the own IT department that is more or less amateurs in these regards.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that one. The way also to look at that one, every company out there should ask himself a question: can I attract the right IT people to do cybersecurity for me? Very skilled IT people that know their stuff here, they are in short supply globally. So every company should ask themselves, is it realistic I can attract one of these guys versus all of the other big tech companies out there? And for most companies, the answer is a clear no. You won't be able to. That's why, I mean, nothing is safe. Cloud solutions are not safe either, but it is likely that they are more safe than what you would be able to do with your own infrastructure. But it then begs another question, because clearly one of the fallback options is if you are impacted, as we've seen both with ports and shipping lines over the years, the fallback is fine, then we'll handle processes manually for a while until we get up and running. But what we have also seen during today, we are rapidly proceeding down a path where we're going to get so much information that we're going to have AIs run that for us, which means that an incident response plan saying that then we're going to handle this manually for a while is going to be utterly unfeasible. So how do we set up incident response plans that can work in an environment where a manual backup no longer becomes possible?
It's beyond my expertise.
You want me to answer?
Nobody wants to bite?
I mean, okay, it's a threat, but you know, we need to set some rules with AI first, and I think this is task for the governments, institutions, and experts in that field to resolve that on the level with legislation in the first place, to protect the workforce, to protect the companies, everyone. So I think that's the first step when we talk to AI. The time of AI is rising. It's coming. It's already here. So secondly, it will take over some jobs from people, but we should invest in reskilling of the workforce, and we should build human-centric roles in a way that still you need that emotional intelligence and complex problem solving thinking from humans, and that's the way how this is our vision, and that would be my answer to your question.
Mm-hmm.
It should be under control, if you ask me.
I think I'm just had to think about your question first. So actually, the immediate response plans should be at the last place. I think the cybersecurity should start with measures that start way earlier. So if you come to that last wall, let's say, then it's almost too late.
Mm-hmm.
So the measures have to start with everyone using emails, IT, chat, GPT, whatever. That's where it has to start. I mean, that's really where you have to think about how do you actually educate your people, your employees, and then also, of course, how do you set up measures that don't even let it get that far. But once it comes to that situation, of course, you have to have like a emergency plan, and then shut down as far as you can. But that shuts down your business.
Yeah, it does.
That's the problem.
But you can say, let me add a commentary on that as well. Again, as you've seen over the day, sometimes we make things a little bit black and white to illustrate a point. And the point here is, go to a company and ask, who is in charge of cybersecurity? If the answer is somebody over in the IT department, you have a problem. Because IT is only part of it. It's a tool. To me, from my perspective, this discussion needs to start at the board level. And you start out with a very simple question. Assume you lost everything. Assume every single electronic device in your entire company is gone, and you quite literally have to go down to the store to buy new stuff and start from there. How long will your company survive before you go bankrupt? That gives you a timeline. Then you can go to, for example, the IT department and say, we need a backup plan that will work inside of that timeline, because if it doesn't matter. Rather than a lot of the approach I see now is you tell the IT department we need a backup. The IT department comes back and say, yeah, it's going to cost 50 million. No, that's too expensive. Can you find a cheaper one? Yeah, sure, we have one here that costs you 10 million. And you're absolutely not sure whether that will work inside the timeline. So this has to be anchored in the business first and foremost, and not at the IT department to start with.
I agree. I mean, at Siemens, actually, our CSO, cybersecurity officer, is not part of the IT department, and exactly out of the reasons that you were mentioning.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Because I'm hawking all the time up here otherwise. If that's not the case, then I am going to come with some even more cheeky questions now that we are down the path of, we've talked a lot about where the future of logistics is, and part of that is, of course, also facing some of the newer challenges that are coming up and what we should do with them. And some of this also interlaps with the new technology we talked about. Because one of the increasing risks out there is the changing geopolitical landscape that is going to also impact the industry from multiple angles, both in terms of There might be elements of supply chain actors that suddenly can't act in other countries. We're seeing that now, for example, with China having difficulties being able to acquire a terminal in Germany. That's only the beginning phases of what we might see there. We have the issue of increasing levels of sanctions on technologies you can export and use in different countries as well. How is this going to shape the development for the supply chain sector going forward?
Yeah, I think it's a huge issue, not just the geopolitical issue, but also remember we live on a very dynamic planet, and we are seeing changes in our climates, and that too is going to have an impact. Maybe routes that we typically assume certain conditions will vary in the decades to come. So those are issues that are going to have to be addressed. They're going to have to be managed. They're part of the responsibility of everybody to constantly be getting up every day and looking for a solution to those kinds of problems. Let's hope the geopolitical issues, the whole, decades ago, the whole issue was the more trade we have between countries, the more peaceful the world will become. And I think we saw that, and now we're sort of seeing some dislocation in that, and I think that's a real threat that we've got to address.
And Viren, I mean, for your solution to work ideally, that requires all stakeholders are able to use the same solution. Are you concerned of a future where you might see a bifurcation with certain entities not being willing to or legally prevented from sharing that information?
We are afraid of solar flares. If internet is going down, then everything is going down, at least when it comes to blockchain. So, I mean, yes, political issues, war, sanctions, it might hurt global economy, but the world is not going to stop. Maybe volume will drop, maybe will go up, I don't know. Maybe some commodities will become more expensive because there will be bigger demand and so on and so on. But for one thing I'm sure, it will never stop. With internet, without internet. So we need to adopt ourselves, our economies, and I think that is the lesson from past few years with all these disruptions, that it's not, some people are calling it new reality. It's reality. Nothing is, you should not take anything for granted. Golden times are over. We see disruptions here and there. So this is our reality. We need to adapt ourselves to that, and basically that's it. With new technologies rising, not only blockchain, there are some other technologies. I will not discuss about that right now, but I think we have many solutions on our hand for many situations, and who will be able to adopt his economy, his country to that environment, he will progress. Everybody else will be flatlining, as you said.
From Siemens Logistics perspective, I mean, we've seen these disruptions also that have actually impacted us economically as well, in a way that building like cargo terminals, building baggage handling systems, the price predictability becomes very difficult because of the supply chains that makes us build up buffers in the pricing as well. Obviously, the more unsteady the world is, the more risk buffers we have to add into the calculations, which eventually the customer has to pay. So it's not a good thing, definitely, the way it's impacting our business. That's from the erection part of our business, but then also from the digital part of business. I mean, cloud technology is not everywhere in the world accepted. And if you go one path and say you build an application that is in the cloud, then if you have one customer who says, I cannot go to the cloud, whatever reason, then you have to build it on premise. That kills the complete model. So it's the more stable, the better it is for the cost and the pricing, and the more predictable it is, the better it is for the customer eventually also.
And because the supply chains constantly cross borders of countries, these kinds of disruptions, in addition to having physical impacts, can affect exchange rates. We may be seeing an era here in the next decade where we will see some very dramatic changes. Will the dollar continue to be the global currency? What will that do to exchange rates? So that's a risk. You better have somebody managing your exposure to those kinds of risks as well.
Yeah. And you see, that actually ties into also the last question I have on my pad for now. Let me pick half of the sentence you used there. Do we have somebody? Because this is also a fight globally for talent, for skilled people. And we talk a lot about technology, but at the end of the day, we need people to build the technology, to maintain the technology, and we need the skilled people to handle all the things that technology cannot handle that we also talked about today. How is this industry geared for that? Is this industry realistically able to attract all the talent that we need in competition with other sectors out there?
I was in logistics for most of my professional life, in freight forwarding to be exact, and I quit, I think, 2016, and then I went to something different. And at that time, we were trying to hire and to attract young talents, and that was big multinational company. And you know, you couldn't get anyone below age of 27. You know why? People were coming on interviews and they said, logistics, that's hard. It's full of stress. We don't need that in our life. So that was like not 10 years ago, but 7 years ago. What's happening today? I have a colleague, he moved from Croatia to USA, to Chicago. He works for DHL. And he said to get someone who is, you know, young talent in logistics nowadays, it's nearly impossible. And, you know, we need to make our industry, let's say, modern, sexy, attractive for young people. That's our task. Otherwise, who will run everything? That's the problem. And we were speaking about that, I think 5 years ago, 6 years ago. We had discussions, and time is passing. Young people are not attracted. They want to be influencers, and so, you know, we need to give them tools. We need to give them new technologies, exciting technologies to attract them. And of course, they need to be well paid, and do not underestimate people at any point in time, because everything depends on who will operate logistics in 15 years from now. I'm going to retirement next year.
It's a challenge that goes as deep into the educational systems that we have, teaching basic skills, math and probability analysis and those kinds of things, which I've always said, for example, about accounting. It's not much fun to learn, but it's fun to practice. So you have to go through that period, you know, when you've got a lot of homework, you've got a lot of things you got to do to educate yourself to become proficient. But once you're proficient at it, then you have a powerful tool. So it needs to go clear down into our education system to where we address the issue that we will have a need for these kinds of people with these kinds of expertise. How do we get that implemented into the education system?
Yeah. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, Siemens is a big company. I'm just thinking, I think the last number I heard is that we have 28,000 software developers in Siemens. So somehow I think we manage it. We actually can attract young people. We also do a lot is bring in interns in a very early stage and develop them ourselves. So that, you know, once they come to that stage where they want to find their first job, we're the first ones to grab them, and we brought them a long way, so they developed in the right direction for us. And here in Dubai we have our MindSphere Application Center with aviation, which means basically we have a digitalization location for data analysts, and so therefore we have a nice combination of like more mature people like me, and then a lot of them, a big army of people that are half my age. So it works out, and together I think this combination is actually quite fruitful. So that we have the experience on the one hand about the actually industry, and on the other side, motivated data analysts.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions from the floor? In that case, thank you very much, gentlemen, for also sharing your knowledge and expertise in this last panel of the day. So please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're almost coming up on the end. I'm not quite releasing you yet, because I'm going to do just a brief wrap-up. Don't worry, it will only take about 2.5 hours or so. If I take stock of what we have been discussing, not only here today, but also what we did over the last 2 previous ones of this series of not presentations, this series of conferences, I actually do see a progression. At least that is how I have experienced it. We have progressed from a point where it was a lot about how do we do firefighting, how do we move, for example, vaccines around. That was a big topic in the first one that we had. So we moved from firefighting mode to a point where the discussion is more around how do we structurally improve the entire supply chain more across the board. That is definitely positive. On the technology side, we have also moved from a lot of talks around what can conceptually be done to very practical and tangible examples of something that is now actually being done. Just 2 examples. We had the example earlier with AI being used for predictive ETAs. That's a very practical one. So now AI is not just a buzzword anymore. And we also saw the practical application of blockchain being used in real life for electronic bills of lading. Again, moving from a lot of talk and PowerPoints to something that's actually practical and being used. We have mechanical invention on how can you move containers in a different way. So on the technology side, both software and hardware, we are moving from concepts into something that actually works in real life, which again ties down to we are going into a normal part again, because normal in this industry is, it's an industry that is extremely agile, it is flexible. We should not forget that the supply chain did not break the last 2 years. It was under severe strain, it cost a lot of money, but we moved more freight than ever before in human history, despite all the challenges, which is again witness of an industry that is incredibly resilient. That also gives me faith, and when we look forward, and we especially also saw it here in the last segment, but also across some of the other segments, that the challenges we are faced with in this industry, they can be met, they can be mastered, but of course it requires the willingness to do so. It is not going to be easy to decarbonize the industry, and it's certainly not going to happen within a year or 2. It takes a lot longer. But the solutions are there, it can be done, but it's going to take time. On the technology side, the path is also there. We have the technologies. We are gradually getting the standards. Again, it's not going to be done in an afternoon. It's going to take time. We're going to get there. Can we manage the cyber security risk? Of course we can manage it. Can we make it zero risk? Of course we cannot. That's no different than physical risk. Can I completely prevent somebody coming down and doing a break-in at the port? I cannot. I can reduce the risk and I can manage the risk. Cybersecurity will be the same thing. So again, that gives me faith. And to finish off then in what I actually think is the largest risk, that's also why I ended up asking the question here towards the end. It's on the people side. Because it's all well and fine, all the other things we talk about, but if we don't have any people to do it, we have a massive problem. And the challenge we're faced with in the supply chain, prior to the pandemic, ours was largely an invisible industry. The people that worked in the industry know it. Everybody else basically didn't even stop for a split second to think it even existed. That makes it difficult to attract people. Now we've been through a pandemic period. Now everybody knows what the supply chain is, but it's not with positive connotations. It is an industry that is fraught with problems. Why would I want to be a part of that? So the entire supply chain industry, the largest, most imminent issue that should be addressed, how do we attract young people into this industry? Because they are the ones that need to run it 5 or 10 years from now. And we need to find a way to attract really good and and talented people. Do we have good and talented people now? Absolutely yes, but it cannot be taken for granted that they will automatically come and join the industry. There's a concerted effort that needs to be taken. And that is the one thing, of all the risk factors out there, that's probably the one thing that concerns me the most. Not because it is harder than the other problems, but to me it appears to be the one problem that's actually not being addressed. That's the concerning part. So with that, I thank you very much for being here in this third installment of the TLME conference as well here in Dubai. I hope you have had fun. At least this has been a pleasure for me. I've learned a lot listening from our experts here today. So thank you very much and have a great rest of the day.